Bom dia, pessoal, bem-vindo aqui
Good morning, everyone.
ao
Welcome.
seminário dedicado ao Francis Bacon. Meu nome
We're
é
starting
Adriano
our
Pedrosa,
seminar
sou
on
diretor da
Francis
programação
Bacon.
do
My name is
MASP.
Adriano Pedrosa. I'm the artistic
E
director
hoje
of
aqui nós,
the
eu acho que a maioria
Assis
mais dos
Chateaubriand
nossos
Museum of São
colegas estão na
Paulo,
Europa.
MASP.
Boa tarde aí para eles.
Good afternoon to our colleagues
Francis
located in
Bacon, A Honra
Europe.
da Carne, é o
Francis
título
Bacon,
desse
The Beauty of
seminário
Meat,
e
is the
ele
title of
está
this
no
seminar,
contexto
which
da
is put together
exposição
under the context
Preparação e
of
Produção
the preparation
dedicada ao
of the
artista,
exhibit dedicated
inauguradoras
to this
que ocorreram em
artist
março
that
de
should
2024,
open in
no
March
contexto de um ano
2024 in the
dedicado
museum.
às histórias
A
da
whole year has
sexualidade
been dedicated to
humana.
histories of diversity in the
Esse
museum.
seminário, bem
And
como a
under this
exposição,
context, the seminar
explora então
and
os
the
pontos do
exhibit will
queerness,
explore the queer
por uma razão
perspective
que
of
é muito
Bacon
dedicado ao que a
under
gente
a
está
broader
chamando de
perspective
diversidade sexual.
on what we're calling sexual
Trata-se naturalmente
diversity.
de uma perspectiva
This
que
is,
já
of
foi
course, a
explorada pela
perspective that
literatura
has been
irlandesa,
thoroughly explored in
a
literature
arte
on
irlandesa é
this
fundamental
Irish
na história da arte
artist
europeia,
was so essential for the
mas
European
não
history of art.
aparece tanto
However,
como um enquadramento
it's not
fundamental,
seen
como um ponto
under
de
this
partida para
important
exposições em
starting
museus
point for
como a
exhibits
nossa,
in
que
museums
daí
such as
lançou
ours,
esse
which will happen
desafio, né?
next year. That's why we're
Claro que
taking
o
this
tema
pioneering
queer
stance.
parece
Of
sempre
course, the queer topic
incontornável na obra dele, mas
is
não
always debated
ela
under
não como um
his
grande
work.
enquadramento de uma
That
exposição, por
is
exemplo.
quite debatable, but
Bom,
not
eu queria
under the
cumprimentar
context of a museum
os
such as ours.
organizadores desse
I would like
seminário,
to voice my
pela
thanks to the
parceria
co-organizers of this
para
event,
realizar
been working
esse
along with me
evento, Fernando Oliva,
to create this
Fernando
event,
Curador,
Fernando Oliva,
Laura
curator,
Cozendei,
and Laura
assistente.
Cosendey, assistant curator.
Quero agradecer também os participantes do
Thank you
seminário,
to
todos
the
os
attendees of this seminar.
estudiosos da obra de
Thank you
Francis
to
Bacon,
scholars who will share their
Dominic
points
James,
on Francis Bacon,
Michael
Dominic
Salter,
James, Gregory
Michael
Salter,
Bepiat,
Michael
Paulo
Bepiat,
Reckenhoff,
Paulo Reckenroth,
Richard Hornsey,
Richard Horzen,
Ina Aria
Ina
e
Aria,
Simon Oldfield Kerr.
and Simon
Agradeço
Alfield
ainda
Kerr.
ao Leandro Muniz e ao
Thank you to
Mateus de
Leandro
Andrade,
Muniz and Mateus de
assistentes curadores
Andrade,
do museu, e
curator
a Laura na
assistants in the
moderação.
museum, who will be moderating the panel along with Laura and Fernando.
As apresentações aqui feitas,
These
né,
presentations
gerarão
in the
insights
seminar
para o nosso
today
catálogo
will be used
a ser
as
publicado no
essays
ano
for
que
our
vem.
catalog
Num
on the
formato
exhibit
que nós
next year.
começamos a desenvolver e foi bastante produtivo,
We
que é
started developing this new format,
nós
which has
fizemos
bem
uma
quite
revisão por
useful
ocasião da amostra do Gauguin, que está hoje
because
no
of
museu,
Gauguin's
e
exhibit,
teve um
which is
seminário
now
bem organizado um ano
ongoing in the
antes, um ano
museum.
antes da exposição.
And we also had a
O
seminar
museu
1 year
de hoje está
prior to
organizado
the
em três
opening of this
eixos.
exhibit. We're going
Um
to
vai
have three
começar um
panels
pouco
today,
diferente,
one that should
começando
begin
pelo
shortly,
Fernando,
mediated by
depois uma breve
Fernando,
introdução
after
e outro
this
de 2 horas
short introduction of
às
mine,
13
and
horas,
two
às
panels
13 horas.
as of
E por
1
fim,
p.m.
no final da tarde,
today.
uma conversa
Later
com
today,
o
we're going to
Michael
have a
Bepiat.
conversation with Michael
Como de
Bipiat.
costume, eu quero falar brevemente
As per usual,
sobre nosso
I'd
programa
like
de
to
estudos
briefly
de
talk about
diferentes
our
histórias.
program on different histories at
Trata-se de uma
MASP.
série de ciclos
This is a
desenvolvidos desde que
series
organizamos
of
desde
cycles that
2017
we've been organizing
e o
since
último exibito em
2017.
Arte
The first
foi
exhibit in MASP
2016.
was the
A
histories
partir de
of childhood in
2017, histórias da
2016, though. As
sexualidade,
of 2017, with
começamos a
histories of
trabalhar passo a
sexuality,
passo
our program
aquele tema.
became fully
Então,
dedicated to that
organizamos
one
também
topic. The seminars are also organized in preparation to this
como temos
specific
a
topic.
diversidade como tema queer,
Diversity
vem sendo
and queer
desenvolvido
topics
desde
have been
2017
developed
já,
since
foi uma tentativa
2017
lá em 2017 no contexto de histórias da sexualidade,
under the
depois
histories of
desdobrou
sexuality
em
context, and then this
2019
was unfolded
como
into
tema
another topic in
secluded,
2019, as
e
we're
também
going to
retornou
discuss
aqui com a exposição Histórias das Mulheres e Histórias
the
das
exhibit
Lésbicas.
Histories of Women.
Mas em
Feminist
2018
histories also went
geramos a
along
exposição
those lines. In
Afro-Atlântica, em
2018, we
2020
organized Afro-Atlantic Histories,
em
2020 Histories of Dance,
2022 e 2023
2021/22.
estamos num biênio, né?
We actually had 2 years of
Dois biênios
discussions
dedicados às histórias brasileiras,
on
justamente por causa
Brazilian
da
histories
pandemia.
because of the
E esse
pandemic.
ano nosso
And
foco
this
são
year,
as histórias
our focus
indígenas e
is
o ano inteiro
indigenous
é
histories. So
dedicado
all
a
throughout
artistas
this year,
indígenas.
we've been
E
dedicating
por
our
enquanto estamos
efforts to
dedicados ao
indigenous
autor europeu
artists,
que nós já
except for this
temos na
exhibit for
programação,
the European artist that we
Paulo
have
Gauguin,
included in our program this year,
que
Paul Gauguin,
problematiza as representações do
which
outro, do indígena,
problematizes
né,
the
dos indígenas.
representations of the
Não
other,
o
the
Gauguin
indigenous,
problematiza, a mostra
not Gauguin per
né?
se, but the
E
exhibit
como pode ser visto,
raises that issue. And as you can see, we always try to develop a different perspective that privileges the social history of art, the history of culture, and history of art under a broader perspective, including politics. We do that more than to consider traditional histories of art. Of course, it's not about discarding traditional history of art in its totality, but to understand that it is part of one or several layers of different histories. That's why we call them histories in the plural form. That can also be seen in this seminar. We'll focus on diversity, queerness, and Bacon's work. And that's where the title of this seminar stems from, the beauty of meat. I also wanted to touch on the concept of diversity that we've been using in this past year. Diversity refers to sexual diversity, but in English, we decided to use the word or the concept of queer histories. The concept of queer has not been fully assimilated by larger audiences in Brazil. However, it's quite a common concept in scholar studies and even in contemporary art studies. The word diversity, however, in Portuguese is part of our mission in the museum. We define ourselves as a diverse and plural museum. And we are seen as the Museum of Sexual Diversity in Brazil, in São Paulo. Next year, therefore, we'll focus on queer histories at MASP. We're going to have several individual exhibits that will take place in different rooms in the museum, the video room, and we're also going to have an international collective exhibit on this topic. We always try to organize one exhibit dedicated to an European artist of our collection. We do not have Francis Bacon in our collection, but this is a considerable gap. It would have made a lot of sense to acquire Bacon in the past, considering our focus on figurative art and in the representation of human figures, particularly in the MASP collection. It's worth remembering that since 2017, we've seen a beautiful painting by Bacon, Alone by Tate Modern, that was exhibited in our crystal support in the second floor in 2017. Under this context, Bacon's painting is central to our exhibit in 2024, and that's why this seminar is so important. Thank you very much for attending this seminar. With that, I'll hand it over to Fernando Oliva, our curator, who will be mediating our first panel. Thank you very much. Enjoy the seminar. Good morning, everyone. We're now going to begin our first roundtable. We'll be hearing from Simon Ofield Kerr and Gregory Salter. Before formally introducing Professor Simon, who will be speaking first, I would like to remind our audience members that you may send your questions in writing. At the end of each of these talks, we will have a Q&A session with our panel members and ask them the questions you have. So make sure you send your questions as they speak.
Iniciaremos com o professor.
We'll begin with Professor Simon Ofield Kerr. His presentation is entitled Wrestling with Francis Bacon Yet Again. Professor Simon Ofield Kerr is the Vice Chancellor at Norwich University of the Arts. Simon studied fine art at Exeter College of Art and Design and has an MA in the social history of art and a PhD from the University of Leeds in the UK. He started his career at Leeds and held a series of key leadership roles at Middlesex University and Kingston University, where he was Executive Dean of the Faculty of Art, Design and Architecture. Prior to joining University of the Arts London, he was Vice-Chancellor at the University for the Creative Arts. With that, I hand the floor to Professor Kerr. Thank you very much.
Fernando, thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak. It's a real pleasure to be with you today. It's been quite a while since I talked about Francis Bacon. That introduction doesn't talk much about my research and my scholarship. It talks about my leadership roles. And that's because 20 years ago, more than 20 years ago, I completed a PhD, which circulated Bacon's work. And then I published a couple of articles on Francis Bacon. And one of them had the title, Wrestling with Francis Bacon. I've taught Francis Bacon and throughout my career, but it's been a while since I talked publicly. Wrestling with Francis Bacon is a good title, or it was a good title, and it still feels like a pretty good title. And to come back to his work after a period, and to come back to my own work on him after a period, it has been very interesting. So many thanks for the opportunity. So as I was thinking about this talk, I was thinking about what to say, and then I was thinking about what not to repeat. And I think that's really interesting in relation to Francis Bacon's work. And the history and criticism and theory around his work, in that there are themes in that criticism and scenes in his own biography that are often repeated. Horror, violence, meat, nervous system, and abhorrence of illustration. And I wanted to avoid, or have always wanted to avoid, some of those repetitions and try and find other ways of talking about Francis Bacon. I think what's interesting is that in the last 20 years, there's been a huge amount of work done on Francis Bacon, and Francis Bacon's studies has a certain kind of legitimacy and intensity, which is really very stimulating. And many of the people talking in this series today have been part of the development of that work. And I would point to Martin Harrison's work on the catalogue raisonné, which is, I didn't have when I was researching Francis Bacon, and as the comprehensive catalogue, it's an incredible piece of work and has enabled the development of Francis Bacon studies over the last 20 years, 15, 20 years, as has the new biography by Stevens and Swan. It's been interesting over the weekend just finalizing this talk, because I'm bracketed by two coronations. We're talking about 70 years ago, if we're talking about Francis Bacon's two figures, 1953. And that was in the year of a coronation. And we've had a coronation in the UK this weekend as well. I don't want to make too much of the differences and similarities between these two very different times, but it's been interesting to be in that place. So, the difference between now and then is something we might come to in this presentation. Just to say some obvious things about 1953, about the legal status of homosexuality, that it was illegal, homosexual acts between men were illegal in quite a complex legal framework. And then to say something about the circulation of visual images. It was much slower. The things that people knew and the way they engaged with ideas and with images was a very different kind of economy. And then just a couple of other coordinates. As a social historian of art, it's just worth saying always, I think, that the making of paintings and the viewing of paintings are very different things. And the relationships between biography, personal biography, and social history are multiple and complex. And quite often, viewers of paintings make meanings about them with no reference to biography, with no reference to authorial intention. And in terms of the queer histories of art, I think that breaking of that requirement
Simon,
to
desculpa.
what artists
Desculpa te interromper.
is really...
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Fernando
Yes?
speaking.
Yes.
Again, sorry to interrupt. Can you please start sharing your screen, sir? Because we can't see your screen, so we can see the images. Would that be
Okay, I
possible?
thought I was. Hang on a moment. Might have a bit of a glitch here. Let me escape. How does that look?
That's great. We can now see your screen. We're
Okay,
good to go.
thank you very much. Okay, just running through the points on the first slide there. And we're at making and viewing paintings being very, very different kinds of activities. And that breaking of the connection between authorial intention and the creation of meaning being a very productive and very essential element of queer theory. This is a photograph of Soho in the 50s. This is a photograph, probably late 50s, but that doesn't matter too much. It gives us a sense of the place and the time that we're talking about. Soho didn't change very much in the 5 or 6 years from 1953 to 1959 when this photograph was taken. Soho mattered to Francis Bacon, and it mattered to lots of different kinds of people in the 50s. It was London's Bohemia, and some of those people at that time would have recognized themselves as queer. Queer in a kind of historical sense, sometimes queer in a pejorative sense, obviously not yet queer in a theoretical or critical sense. It was also a space that caused quite a lot of social and political anxiety. For those of you who don't know, Soho is an area in central London. It's quite a demarcated area, a set of roads and a set of interconnecting alleyways that in the 1950s was home to a really diverse range of people and communities, artistic communities, migrant communities, sexually queer communities, mixing with one another within this space. So I think it's useful to have some coordinates around other things that are happening in 1953 to give us a little bit of context. We're in Soho, it's 1953. What's happened, what's about to happen is useful to us, I think. It's really important to remember this is a post-war period, and it feels like a post-war period. That huge change of the war, which ended in 1945, that's a massive social change. Put it in the context of, say, the 19th century and the creation of modernity and the kind of pace of change that happened then might be equivalent to the change of that period, where people are engaging with one another and changes has happened and new communities have developed and new opportunities have come into existence in a very rapid way. If we look at the immediate post-war period, we have a post-war Labour government in the UK, elected in 1947, huge reforming government focusing on the nationalisation of industries, the development of the welfare state, the establishment of the NHS. This is a time of a new social contract between people and their government, and an intention for things to be different. The experiences of the war, the the kind of visibility of social conditions through the war certainly provided a great impetus for social and political change. We have the election in 51 of a conservative government that largely maintains the consensus view around nationalisation, makes a little bit of a difference to steel, but certainly maintains a consensus view around the establishment of the NHS and putting in place the welfare state. As I said, we're coming up to a coronation in 52. We have the death of George VI, and in 1953 we have the coronation of Elizabeth II. A lot of talk at the time around a new Elizabethan era, trying to kind of galvanize the coronation as a time of kind of positive political change. What that meant in reality is obviously different to what it meant in kind of ideology at the time, and it's hugely complex, but there is still a lot of talk about 1953 being a pivotal year and a new beginning and a time of new possibilities. We have the end of rationing, post-war, through the war and post-war, rationing continued, and we start to have significant end of rationing at this time. So there is a little bit of a turning point here that's important. In Soho, we have the opening of the first espresso coffee bar. Though London is not really experiencing the yet, and through the 50s is not really experiencing the kind of positive developments of the period. That's all happening outside of London. We do experience some of the social and physical and commercial changes of the time. It's nice that the first coffee bar opened on 29 Fifth Street in Soho in this year. So it's a time of rapid social, political, economic changes, though London's kind of shrinking and underperforming. It is the general zeitgeist is of change, and then with change, a whole range of consequent anxieties around change, social, political, economic anxieties around change, and social and political economic anxieties about London, some of which, many of which get focused on this very particular area in London where Francis Bacon lived. So Soho, London's Bohemia, becomes a little bit of a focus of anxiety. This is another photo of Soho in the 50s, gives you a sense of the alleyways. And a little bit later, I'll talk a little bit about the anxiety of those alleyways. This was thought or kind of popularly understood as an area of London that was impossible to police in various kinds of ways. Think about the broadest understanding of policing. It was thought to be an incredibly difficult area to understand and to maintain control of. So within this environment, we have the production by Bacon of Two Figures, 1953. And in the kind of scholarly archive around Bacon, there's some confusion about whether the painting was ever put on public display. I think if you go back 20 years and you were undertaking research, you would think it was. I think popular accounts was that it did find a space in the Hanover Gallery. Researching now, I think it's very unlikely that it was placed on exhibition in the Hanover Gallery. The two ways in which this painting is most generally understood biographically in relation to Bacon, one very directly related to his biography is his relationship with Peter Lacy that began at the beginning of the 50s, 51. And the kind of intensity and the sexual intensity of that relationship that's accounted for in various kinds of ways, but is often related to the two figures in the painting, with the top figure being Peter Lacy and the bottom figure being Francis Bacon. It's also most often talked about in direct reference to photographs by Edward Muybridge of two men wrestling as a kind of precursor for the painting, or a series of photographs that provided the material for the painting to be produced. These are those photographs, and I think if we just move sort of back and forward between the painting and the photographs, it's kind of useful, I think, to think about the differences between the painting and the photographs, not just the placing of the figures on the bed, not just the placing of the bed within a room and the figures on the bed, but the very form of the figures, the haircuts of those figures. They're different kinds of men. They're in a different kind of location, but still, I think it's very clear that the Muybridge set of photographs of figures in motion wrestling provide a reference and a kind of more than a reference, a kind of image from which Bacon was working, a transposition from the photographs to the painting. I think that's useful for us to think about. I think what's also useful to think about is that the figures don't quite sit on that bed comfortably. They're not quite of the same scale of the bed as the bed. They're not quite of the same scale as the room. They do feel like they've come from somewhere else. They do feel like they've come from another source. This isn't a painting. This is not a realistic painting of this happening. This is not this might be an imagination of this happening, but it seems to directly reference its source materials. And I think that direct reference of source materials is something that's incredibly interesting in Francis Bacon's studies, something that was hard to handle at the time in terms of him presenting himself as a serious painter, and actually becomes the most interesting thing about him later in Francis Bacon's studies and in relation to queer theory, that this is some form of collage, some form of bringing references together to make a new kind of meaning. And that idea that references were being brought together in the early 1950s to make new meanings within the areas of social and sexual pleasures, practices, and identities is very powerful. So sometimes this painting is talked about as a kind of unique social creative product. And I think if we place it in other archives and alongside other appearances, it loses some of that uniqueness. And interestingly, it sits alongside some other representations of sexual practice at the time. So let's just run through some of those. And I think some of these are really important to know about the period. 1952, there were 670 prosecutions in the UK for sodomy, 3,087 for attempted sodomy and indecent assault, and 1,686 prosecutions for gross indecency. That's incredible. They're incredible numbers. There are people, men, being prosecuted within the courts, being sent to prison, being chemically castrated for these kinds of acts, for the acts that are represented in Francis Bacon's painting. In 1952, and a whole range of everyday people. That's happening across the country in various different kinds of ways. And then there are a series of really high-profile arrests and convictions and imprisonments. In 1952, the mathematician and incredible kind of influential kind of developer of computational technologies, Alan Turing, was convicted. That becomes a cause célèbre in the press. He's arrested, convicted, found guilty, and instead of going to prison, chooses a chemical castration. In the following year, after his conviction, he commits suicide, perhaps. This is very interesting. In 1952, and I'll come back to this guy called Keith Bilcombe. He enlists at the age of 17 in the Royal Navy. And what's really interesting in his accounts of this period is that he had never heard the word homosexual nor queer at that time, even though he was a practitioner of these acts. But the words and the concepts of homosexual nor queer were attached to these acts for him in 1952 at the age of 17. So if he had seen the picture, in the painting in 1953. He would not have identified it as homosexual or queer, but he certainly would have identified it, I think, as an act that he had been engaging in for a number of years, and also an image that he recognized that kind of blurred the boundaries between wrestling and sexual activity. Other appearance, as we come into 1953, a lot of talk about what's happening in the States, really close relationships between America and the UK at the time. The US president declares homosexuals a threat to national security. That has a big impact in 1953 on the UK government and their approach. And then big arrest of a very prominent actor who had just recently been knighted, Sir John Gielgud. He was arrested and fined, and all of that was presented in the national press, and starts to make some very clear, context for the painting in terms of scandal, in terms of conviction, and in terms of punishment. I think it's also interesting to look at some popular fiction, and I've particularly looked at The Heart in Exile by Rodney Garland, which is a pseudonym for Adam Martin de Hegedus, and The Charioteer by Mary Renault, which provide interesting contexts for the reading of the painting in 1953. And they are both novels that are about social, sexual communities of men, very much influenced by experiences in the Second World War, and the coming together that the war enabled between different kinds and classes and men who had different kinds of experiences, and how it provided a new sociality and a new social sexual possibility. So in that, Two Figures by Francis Bacon appears not as an isolated visual product, but within a set of art, literature, popular media, visibilities and appearances of the period. This is, as we move into 1953, it's the big case in the UK, and the big scandal that's always been kind of referenced in relation to the late 19th century scandal of Oscar Wilde, which is the arrest and trial and conviction of three men, Lord Montague of Bewley, Michael Pitt Rivers, and Peter Wildeblood. And what's important about it is simply the scale of interest and the scale of newspaper engagement in the case, and the scale of scandal around it. A complex social reaction to it, popular reaction to it, not entirely supportive at all times, but differentiated in various ways. But it directly leads to the government setting up the Committee on Homosexual Offences and Prostitution, chaired by Wolfenden, who was the Vice-Chancellor of Reading University, and their considerations over a period of 3 years, from 1954 to 1957, and their taking of evidence eventually leads to a series of recommendations for partial legalization of homosexuality, which from 1957 to 1967 becomes the framework for that advocacy and that political change, which eventually leads to partial legalization of these acts in 1967. What's interesting to look at, I think, is then in 1956, Keith Bilcombe, who we met earlier, was arrested and court-martialed and imprisoned for 12 months himself. So he goes through a kind of experience that is part of the kind of, I think I'm suggesting, the experience of the painting, that through this kind of legal framework, he is arrested, court-martialed, and the acts in which he is engaging are clearly identified as homosexual and clearly identified as illegal, and he starts to form part of that, of the terms by which homosexuality will find partial legalization in the UK over the next 10 to 11 years. It's interesting to look at the painting that I think we're much more sure about in terms of public presentation, which is Francis Bacon's Two Figures in the Grass of 1954. I think we're fairly confident that this was presented at his one-man show at the ICA in 1955, probably through the engagement of Peter Watson, who was a philanthropist funding both Horizon magazine, an arts and culture magazine, and funding the ICA, who probably advocated for the one-man show at the ICA. Now, in the archive, there is some intimation that this painting, indication that this painting became a police matter, that somebody reported it as an illegal act from the exhibition, and that the police kind of took a look at it and decided that it was okay to be displayed, that actually it was two men wrestling. That's super interesting. My hunch is that the painting of the previous year, Two Figures, would not have been identified in that way. The external location of this probably helps it. The fact that it is a painting in public space, a painting of public space, rather than a painting of private space, probably helps its kind of legitimacy or its possibility of public presentation in 1953. And then what's happening here is something incredibly interesting around the relationships between the public and the private, of private acts being put on public display and private spaces being put in public spaces. And these trajectories of public and private are being played out over the next 15 years in fairly complex ways. What's interesting about the Francis Bacon painting, and I'm just going to take us back to it, is that when we come to the change of the law, this private space is exactly the kind of space where acts were legalized. These two men in a private room engaged in some kind of social sexual activity, erotic activity, is what is legally permissible in 10 years' time, though absolutely not legally permissible at the time of its production. Finally, I just wanted to kind of end in relation to the kind of relationships between, the social sexual economy, the economy of practices and pleasures and identities that I've just sketched out, and the visual economy in which Francis Bacon worked, and from which he produced his work. And the work over the last 20 years to understand that, to look closely at the studio in which he worked, and the fragments and the books and the photographs layered within the studio. And this is Francis Bacon's preserved studio, Seven Rees Mews, which is now in the Hugh Lane Gallery in Dublin. This becomes an incredibly productive place of engagement, where what is evident in the pictures becomes very obvious in the location of their production, is this intertextual referencing, is this relationship between different forms and kinds and levels of imagery. At the time, it was difficult to speak to, often denied in the criticism about Bacon, that this is how he worked. that he was interested in illustration and photography, and sometimes directly moved illustration and photography into his painting. But I now think it is one of the most productive areas of his work. What's great about this image is this moment over here. I'm just going to use the laser pointer to see here. There's a little physique pictorial, which is a US physique magazine, but their distribution moved to Soho, or moved to having a branch in the UK at the beginning of the 50s, and so it became very available within the UK. And it's one of those magazines amongst a number of magazines that blurred the relationship between physique photography, boxing photography, sports photography, wrestling photography, and erotic photography. And it's very clear that this form of imagery was part of the ways in which men at the time were making sense of themselves and making sense of their experiences, and that one man in particular was using, Francis Bacon, was using to make paintings. So what I think is interesting is not to say that Francis Bacon's two figures is exemplary anyway, but that it is embedded in an economy of images and fragments and constellations and coming together of different forms of visual, social, literary material from which people were making sense of their experiences and making sense of their lives at a time of radical social and political change, and that he was deeply embedded in that experience, finding ways to make things make sense and finding, partial ways at times to make that sense become visible to other people, which was always a partial experience and always a partial moment, as it was one that was policed by other people in terms of gallery directors and literary agents, etc. But I think placing Francis Bacon and this painting in particular and subsequent paintings in that archive, in that social moment, is a really productive way of understanding the queer possibilities of his work in a really historicized sense of queer then and queer theory and queer history now. That's great. Thank you very much. I'll stop sharing my screen and bring this down, and happy to answer any questions or answer any questions later.
Muito obrigado ao professor Kerr.
Thank you very much, Professor Kerr. Congratulations on this brilliant talk. After Professor Gregory Salter's talk, we are going to open for questions. I kindly ask all attendees to please keep on sending your questions in writing. At the end of this talk, we're going to ask your questions to our panel members live. We're now going to hear from Professor Gregory Salter. His talk is entitled Francis Bacon and Queerness Beyond Britain in the 1950s. Gregory Salter is a lecturer in art history at the University of Birmingham. He published a book titled Art and Masculinity in Post-War Britain, Reconstructing Home in 2019. He is currently working on a research project that addresses transnational histories of queer art from Britain between 1957 and 1988. Professor Salter, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fernando, for the introduction and for the invitation to speak today. It's a real privilege to be here, so thank you very much. I'm just going to share my... No, I'm not. I'm just going to share my screen. Hang on a second. Here we go. I hope you can see that okay, and I hope you can hear me all right. Let me know if you can't. The focus of my paper today will be on tracing the relationship between queer aspects of Bacon's practice in the 1950s and his travels to international spaces in a similar kind of period, 1950s into the 1960s. The aim is to build on recent queer-focused research on Bacon, some of which Simon just talked about as well. For example, I've produced research that situated Bacon in the context of the increased surveillance and discussion of male homosexuality in 1950s Britain, arguing that Bacon's practice engages with the importance of the domestic and the home, as well as public cruising cultures for negotiating queer selfhood at this particular post-war moment. So in this research, I read a work like Two Figures as connected to emerging ideas of the domestic space as the only legitimate space for a decriminalized form of respectable homosexuality between men, which we've given institutional support following the publication of the findings of the Wolfenden Report in 1957. But I noted that Two Figures positions us as viewers on the threshold of the domestic space, both implicated in and witnesses to the sex between men taking place at the centre of the painting, underlining both the sense that the domestic might offer some kind of privacy to queer men in this moment, while also being a space of anxiety and surveillance at the same time. Alongside this, I discussed the Man in Blue series, works inspired by Bacon's encounter with a man he picked up in a hotel, as related to practices of public cruising, where watchfulness and momentary eye contact may or may not lead to sexual intimacy. In the process, I suggested that together, these works point to an expansive and distinctly queer relationship to home in the 1950s. Rooted in the domestic space, but also in public spaces like the hotel, the bar, and city streets as well. I should say, and that research is in the book that Fernando mentioned called Art and Masculinity in Post-War Britain. My research here and a lot of the queer-focused research on Bacon over the years has been focused largely on Britain. Though I should note Simon's Wrestling with Francis Bacon essay, which took in Bacon's trips to places like Berlin before the Second World War as well. We have, however, I think, overlooked that the 1950s was a period of great personal upheaval for Bacon that resulted in frequent and sustained international journeys to places like Monte Carlo in the south of France, what was then southern Rhodesia, Egypt and Tangier in Morocco, and I'm going to focus on the latter in this paper. Bacon's international journeys mirror those of other queer men with the money and the connections to travel outside of Britain at this moment, at a moment when homosexuality was criminalised and arrests were increasing. So something I want to foreground and explore briefly here is that decolonising spaces in the 1950s and 1960s were just as key to the development of Bacon's queer visual language as the already well-explored histories of fascism, of interwar Berlin, and of post-war London. So part of what I'm doing here then is expanding the frame of home that I used to think about Bacon previously. How is our understanding of the queerness of his practice developed when we think about an expansive, ambivalent queer attitude to home, not just in London, but also in national and international terms as well? It's tempting to view the international travels of queer men like Bacon as related to a desire to escape a repressive atmosphere at home. So for some, like Rupert Croft Cook, who made Morocco his long-term home in 1953 with his partner, Joseph Sossinathan, after they'd both spent time in prison, this was arguably the case. But the homosexual man was also on the beginning of a long path towards a kind of incorporation into the British nation as a citizen. The Committee on Homosexual Offences and Prostitution had been established in 1954, in part to address increasing arrests relating to homosexuality. The committee's report in 1957, known as the Wuthenden Report, recommended the decriminalisation of homosexuality between men in private. And then 10 years later, the Sexual Offences Act of 1967 made the recommendation law in England and Wales for men over the age of 21. So in this context, the queer man, in one sense a national exile, an outlaw, was also being folded into the nation as a respectable homosexual. From this position, the internationally mobile homosexual, like Bacon, becomes a particular manifestation, perhaps, of what Hiram Perez has called the gay cosmopolitan. He defines this as a colonial agent who secures the nation's boundaries and locates the sexual and racial other abroad. It is necessary to view Bacon's international journeys in this complicated lens, then, as connected to the tradition of the homosexual exile or outlaw, but also undertaken as homosexuality was being folded into Britain's national and international frameworks. So in some respects, my discussion that follows seeks to trace the relationships between the transitional status of the homosexual in the British nation, the transitional processes of decolonisation, and the transitional or liminal spaces that Bacon's works envision. The latter are familiar spaces in Bacon's practice. Think of the way we stand on the threshold into figures. But what I'm suggesting here is that they have particular shifting historical meanings in particular artworks. So the transitional, the threshold, means something similar, but also something different in a Bacon work that evokes London, say, in comparison to one that evokes Tangier. Francis Bacon left for Tangier for the first time in the summer of 1956. Together with his close friend Peter Pollock, he travelled across France and through Spain in Pollock's Rolls-Royce before making the crossing to Morocco. He travelled initially to follow his then lover Peter Lacy. Bacon had met Lacy in 1952 and they began quite a tempestuous relationship. Bacon called it 4 years of continuous horror with nothing but violent rows. And he returned to Tangier repeatedly in the mid to late 1950s, taking up hotel rooms or temporary addresses, always with the intention of painting. Very few works actually produced in Tangier survive. There was at least one work completed, painting from 1958, an image of a non-screaming Pope, which you can see here. Several more were left unfinished and gifted by Bacon to Nicholas Brzezinski in Tangier in 1959, and a very large proportion were destroyed by Lacy in fits of violent anger. And Bacon's trips to Tangier became less frequent and eventually stopped after a disastrous visit in which Lacy caught Bacon in bed with a Moroccan boy. And then in 1962, on the day that his first Tate retrospective exhibition opened in London, Bacon received a telegram informing him that Lacy had passed away in Tangier. Bacon began visiting Tangier when the region was in a moment of transition. Between 1923 and 1956, Tangier was a free international zone, governed by a coalition of European powers, partly in order to keep any one power from establishing a presence on the coast of North Africa, and partly to maintain it as a base for military aircraft and radio technology during the early years of the Cold War. In this context, Tangier had become a destination and residence for Europeans and North Americans, ranging from the very wealthy to crooks and criminals, as well as artists and writers like William Burroughs, Allen Ginsberg, Paul Bowles, and Tennessee Williams, all of whom Bacon met in some form at some point. And they occupied the city alongside a majority of Arab and Jewish Moroccans. These visitors were attracted to Tangier by a perceived lack of constraint there. Prostitution and drugs were prohibited but poorly policed. The city's free money market, low taxes for expatriates, at least, and low cost of living. And for queer men in particular, the toleration of homosexuality and the availability of men and boys for casual sex. This aspect was something that drew figures like the playwright Joe Orton and his partner Kenneth Halliwell to Tangier for regular trips, as well as queer men who'd fallen foul of the law against homosexuality in Britain, such as Croft Cook and Sir Sinathan, who I mentioned earlier. By late 1956, Tangier was reabsorbed into newly independent Morocco, though it remained a destination for queer men. In a letter to Robert Sainsbury in July 1956, Bacon was aware that he travelled to Tangier in a moment of flux. He said, "At the present time, this place is a dying town, as everything is so uncertain. I prefer it this way, but many people think that when the transfer to Morocco is completed, and if the Moroccans keep it a free market, there will be a boom here. And then I don't think you or Lisa would care for Tangier. It's a desert, but it is good for me." So the desert of the dying town of Tangier, somewhere between colonial settlement and reabsorption into an independent Morocco, was going to assist Bacon in his art. It was also a space of sexual and financial freedom, and the place where he could find Peter Lacey. Oops, there we go. Tangier makes few explicit appearances in Bacon's art as a subject, though, as I'll show, it has a presence in a few distinct works that I want to argue shed light on a dynamic relationship between queerness and transnational travel in this period. My focus is going to be on two of the more explicit responses to Tangier. The first is this one, Landscape near Malabata, Tangier, painted in 1963, a year after Lacey's death. Bacon's representation of the Malabata landscape, around 6 miles east of Tangier, is confined to a curving platform surrounded on both sides by dark, slightly modulating black space. Here, a vague hawk-like figure formed out of liquid smears of grey, blue and black paint swoops to grab something in its claws. Bacon has depicted the bird at this precise transitional moment. With the prey firmly in its claws, the hawk appears to be about to spread its wings and take off into the sky. Behind this landscape is made up of thick grass formed out of sweeping flicks of white, red and grey paint. On the left, half hidden in the grass, is a form constructed from further smears of blue, grey and white paint. It is vaguely reminiscent of the nude bodies that occupied Bacon's images in the 1950s, though here the body is formless, broken, even decomposed. And around it, there are curving strokes of blood red paint that appear to bleed into the grassy centre of the image. Alongside this, at the heart of the landscape, is another ambiguous form. It rises out of the ground as something between a figure, seems to stand on 2 legs, and a tree looming over the landscape. Its form is spectral, threatening, and dark, only visible against the black background by the red tones that provide some vague modulation and definition. There is, perhaps unsurprisingly, a personal connection here too. Lacey was buried in the Malabata landscape after he died. And in this light, the 3 forms in this work, the hawk-like creature, the mound of flesh, and the spectral black form, suggest a transition from life to death to a horrific kind of resurrection. Bacon's transitional and violent vision of the Tangier landscape has parallels with those of other queer figures in the post-war period. William Burroughs consistently emphasised the violent potential of Tangier, partly because he was increasingly aware of attacks on Westerners by Moroccans as tensions rose as the decade wore on. It was also a space of imagined violence that Burroughs connected to his vision of it as interzone, an indeterminate sphere, I quote, like a dream extending from the past into the future, a frontier between dream and reality. And in his letters from this period, there are often moments where Burroughs luxuriates in moments of everyday violence he encounters in Tangier. Meanwhile, Joe Orton's diaries include encounters with similar moments of violence and histories as well of colonial violence and death, particularly in landscape spaces. In the interest of time, I'm just noting here that Bacon, like those other queer cultural figures I've mentioned, must have encountered Tangier and Morocco in these violent and historically transitional terms. A nationalist movement had developed in Morocco in the aftermath of the Second World War in opposition to the country's status as a French protectorate, and political tensions escalated through the 1940s. By the early 1950s, strikes and violent deadly demonstrations and riots were common. And Tangier itself was hit by anti-French riots in 1952, during which European residents found themselves targeted. In 1953, in the aftermath of Sultan Sidi Mohammed's forced removal and exile by the French, clashes broke out all over the country, and Morocco descended into something like a warlike state. Independence was agreed in response in 1956, when the French protectorate, then the Spanish protectorate, and finally the international zone of Tangier were reunited as one country. However, tensions remained as Sidi Mohammed, returning to Morocco as King Mohammed V, and the nationalists vied for power. Acts of terrorism and violence remained frequent in these early years of independence. So like Burroughs and Orton, Bacon would almost certainly have witnessed and been aware of the potential for wider violence in Morocco, directed at Westerners like him or breaking out in other ways in the post-independence period. This violence is difficult to navigate, I think. It emerges out of a broadly Orientalist conception of Morocco as a space of kind of danger and chaos, while also resonating as a fact through the unstable nature of the decolonizing country at this moment. And I think it's productive to read Landscape near Malabata with this kind of instability in mind, as a work shaped by both inherited Orientalist myths and reality, as well as by both personal violence and loss, and its wider presence in post-independence Morocco. To do so is to follow Bacon's own reflections on his art at this time. In a letter to Sonia Orwell in December 1954, Bacon suggested that through his art, he could develop, I quote, a sort of life story which sees underneath the events of the last 40 years, so that you would not know whether it was imagination or fact. In this way, Bacon envisions his art as being a sphere where historical and personal events, fact and imagination, Lacey and post-colonial upheaval could combine. And it's within this context that the violent, incoherent, transitional appearance of Landscape near Malabata makes sense, fundamentally shaped by the queer transnational channels through which Bacon moves at this point. Another work by Bacon inspired by Tangier raises further questions about how he responds to his encounters with Morocco in his work. This is Man Carrying a Child from 1956, and it depicts a Moroccan man dressed in a djellaba, and he walks from left to right and carries a child in his left arm who appears to cling to him affectionately. He is surrounded by a hastily sketched-in box, which was a familiar trope in Bacon's work at this point. The setting is similar in some ways to Landscape near Malabata. He walks across a platform in now familiar bright reds, greens, and yellows, set against a black backdrop and a black foreground. The relatively vibrant colours here for Bacon at this point in his career seem to anticipate the way the light and colours of the Moroccan landscape would filter into aspects of his work in later years. At the same time, this colourful platform has been read by Martin Harrison as deriving from an Oberson rug, so a kind of rug type image here as well. So these two connotations, landscape and rug, create a push and pull between outdoor setting and domestic interior, placing us, like many of Bacon's works, in a seemingly transitional, ambiguous space, another threshold. The man's movement and the potential invocation of an outdoor setting could be derived from the experience of Tangier itself. While there were distinct borders for Europeans, Arabs, and Jews, the city also held the potential for what have been called crossings of communities, in parties, cafes, and on the street where people might actually mix. Press photographs from the 1950s, like this one, depict sites like Cafe Tingis on the Petit Soco, which was frequented by queer tourists looking to pick up men. And you can see a flurry of Westerners and Arabs passing by the tables lined up side. There is one sense then that this painting could be related to a memory, or could be derived from a memory of an encounter in the city, or perhaps just a figure seen in passing. But Helen Lazore, the owner of the Beaux Arts Gallery in London, where Bacon showed this painting, stated that what we're seeing here is a portrait of a man that Bacon knew in Tangier. And Bacon certainly had relationships with Moroccan Arabs. He engaged in casual sex while he was in Tangier, and he also formed a particular friendship with a Moroccan artist named Ahmed Yacoubi after he met him on his first visit to Tangier. Bacon and Yacoubi were introduced by the American writer Paul Bowles and his wife Jane. Yacoubi had been living with Bowles since 1954, though they met in 1947. And in kind of Bacon's biographies, we're told that he showed a great deal of generosity towards Yacoubi, buying him a set of oil paints, supplying him with canvases, allowing him to watch him paint in his Tangier studio, which very few people were allowed to do. He also helped to organise for a show of Yacoubi's work in London at the Hanover Gallery, owned by Erica Browson in 1957, October 1957. And he supported Yacoubi when he's imprisoned for and eventually acquitted of seducing a German boy in 1958. But I'm evoking this not to suggest that there is a direct link between Bacon's relationship with Yacoubi and man carrying a child. There is no direct evidence that I've found to suggest that this work is actually depicting Yacoubi here. But a refusal to pin this work down to a particular relationship also reflects and brings in, I think, the murmurs of interracial desire and related Orientalist stereotypes and fetishizations that sit perhaps just under the surface of this work and may well have been read onto it by Western queer viewers, kind of seeing this particularly back in London. The mixture of closeness and distance in this work seems to hint at the spectacle or the trope of the kind of exotic Arab, figure both distant but also potentially sexually available. And I want to suggest that such tropes circulate through Man Carrying a Child, even as it also seems in its intimacy and in its ordinariness to be working against them at the same time. So to wrap up, like Landscape near Malabata, we are left with a sense of Man Carrying a Child as an unsteady transitional image, both in its physical depiction of space, in that kind of we have this both interior and exterior again, and in its relationship to its subject, which is both arguably broadly Orientalist, but also rooted in genuine contact as well. Though the Morocco works are a relatively small aspect of Bacon's practice, they direct our attention to the importance of international travel, particularly to spaces shaped by developing process of decolonization in the 1950s and 1960s for the shaping of his visual language. And even if few distinctly Moroccan works survive, we can note how its colours and landscape elements filter into a broad range of Bacon's works in this period, suggesting that the mixture of tropes and experiences associated with Morocco had genuine wide-ranging influence on him. And beyond Bacon as an individual, an examination of these Moroccan works enables ways of thinking about queer imagery in this period as being inherently shaped by an unsteady encounter between Orientalist inheritances and the realities of decolonizing spaces. And in a moment now, where homosexuality, transnational movement, and citizenship are key focuses for things like policy and activism, Bacon's works are a small way of addressing the histories of these contemporary developments as well. So I'll leave it there. Thank you very much for listening.
Muito obrigado, professor Salter. Parabéns pela sua apresentação.
Thank you very much, Professor Salter, on a brilliant presentation. We will now continue our conversation and invite our audience. We have already received a few questions in writing, and I will read them out loud so that we can have an open discussion. The first question goes to both of you. I believe Professor Kerr could reply first. So the question says, it has been 20 years that you've finished your thesis, your PhD thesis on Francis Bacon, as you mentioned. And in your view, what has changed in the understanding of Francis Bacon work in the last 20 years? Because we have seen big changes in the system of the arts, especially as we have more protagonism of histories and issues like gender, sexuality, racial issues are now more present in gallery exhibitions. So this is something that changed during the life of Francis Bacon, because he died in 1992, so he saw much of this change, maybe in the university, in the academy, but that changed more decisively as of the late 1980s. So now I'd like to ask both of you, Professor Kerr and Professor Salter, how you have seen this change in the understanding of Francis Bacon work. Did it receive the deserved importance, or was it perhaps underestimated in this discussion?
That's a great question, and I think you've gone some way to answering the question that you've asked. I think what was really interesting when I started working on Bacon, and that would be 28 years ago, there was a bit of a consensus view around how to understand his work, and I think you can relate that consensus view to him and how he talked about his work himself, and how a set of quite powerful figures, theoretical, historical, institutional figures to whom he was related, talked about his work. I think there was huge anxiety for him, and at the time in the 50s and 60s and 70s around his work, about how it could be understood and how it could be valued, and how Francis Bacon could be taken seriously as an artist. I think personally he had huge anxieties around being taken seriously as an artist, and built a kind of critical, theoretical, institutional framework around his work to ensure that it was understood as serious work in the context of, say, French theory or French philosophy of the time, or institutional recognition of the time. So all of that was powerful 28 years ago, I think. I think what's happened since then, through the work of many people, including Greg and others, and Martin Harrison, is the opening up the space from the consensus. It's not just about what Bacon thought, it's not just about Bacon's biography, it's about how these works sit in other worlds, how they have relationships to other things that Bacon doesn't get to determine, doesn't get to control, that the institutional frameworks of their understanding don't get to control, that they have lives in other archives, in other theories, in other spaces, and that people have used them to make other kinds of meaning and other kinds of sense. That was happening at the time of their production, that's happening at every time of their reading. But I think there's been a huge opening out over the last 20 years of not feeling you have to go along with the consensus view that Bacon very powerfully established, and a number of theorists and historians established around his work. Greg, does that have resonance for you?
Yeah, absolutely. Completely. I think the last thinking of the last 10 or 15 years when I've been looking at this, that there was this shift from kind of particularly the interviews with David Sylvester being the kind of, well, still are the kind of go-to thing for Francis Bacon as well. But I have very similar conversation with students even now about, you know, where we move on from them and how we think about how these images that Bacon produced circulated more generally as well. And what's been striking to me is particularly over the last 10 years is seeing the kind of the emergence of kind of queer focused exhibitions and institutions really where Bacon has become a fixture. He has just become one of the go-to figures for addressing these histories. He was kind of at the end of the Queer British Art Show at Tate Britain in 2017. There was another show in the same year here in Birmingham where Bacon featured really heavily as well, and the exhibition at the Barbican early last year as well, where Bacon became another way for addressing queer history specifically. So it's it's just this kind of it may just be the realms that I work in and where my kind of attention to Bacon goes and things like that. But he has really become, at least in kind of UK exhibitions, kind of attached specifically to institutions wanting to think about queer histories as well.
Ok, muito obrigado. Temos uma próxima questão que é dirigida ao professor Salter, mas o professor Kerr também pode...
Great, thank you very much. The next question goes to Professor Salter, but Professor Greg can also comment on that. You mentioned the concept of cosmopolitan gay person. You talked about the international trips of Bacon. He used to go to Morocco, but he went to other countries as well. So he was quite a cosmopolitan person. However, it's worth reminding, and I wanted to ask you about this, that he was a white European man. He was wealthy. He was in a position of power, so he would travel to the colonies. And in this case, Morocco was a colonial country. And of course, we have to think of colonial aspects, which are also part of your research. However, it's also important mentioning that he was taking advantage of this position he had, that at the end of the day was a powerful place. I mean, sexual tourism was also a thing. It's still a thing nowadays. So here's my question. Do you see that as a problem? And of course, we're not talking about moral instances. I'm asking you if you see this as a real issue, and why do you think very little is said about it? Do you think this issue is sometimes left behind under the rug somehow?
Thanks very much for that question. Yeah, those are exactly things that I've been trying to think about as well. So I'll do my best to answer as much as possible. I think it is a problem for thinking about Bacon and for thinking queer histories in general, but I think if this doesn't sound frivolous, a kind of useful and productive problem as well, partly because these histories have happened and have been kind of slightly glossed over or ignored, not just in scholarship on Bacon, but on kind of, I can speak about queer British histories in general. This is something that is beginning to be kind of thought about a bit by several people at the moment. So there's been kind of, I think what's useful about kind of exploring these histories is that they kind of add a particular complexity to kind of queer kind of histories in Britain. I think there has been a well-established narrative, a kind of very linear, almost kind of liberal narrative relating to kind of decriminalization, legalization, and later on kind of things like gay marriage and things like that, that can be quite celebratory for lots of good reasons as well. But there is a real need, I think, to kind of think about the contemporary and historical entanglements of all queer people in these kind of colonial histories, particularly histories being told from Britain in that kind of way. So you're right, I think I don't see it so much as a moral problem or a reason to kind of ignore Bacon, but for a reason to allow his works to tell those stories as well. And as I said towards the end, particularly when thinking about, when we're grappling in a contemporary moment with the resonance of these histories and how they shape kind of queer citizenship at the moment, I think there is a real gap actually between kind of discussions of, particularly in Britain, the British Empire in the 19th century, particularly in kind of queer, some kind of queer scholarship on that moment, and then queer scholarship on the contemporary moment. Things particularly about things like homo nationalism and things like that as well. To not overuse the word transitional, the 50s and 60s are a really, really key transitional moment in this kind of position of queerness in kind of national consciousness all over the world. And I think Bacon's works are inherently shaped by that. So the discussion is necessary in some ways, and is starting to happen in lots of interesting ways. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, I think I would agree. And I think your answer, again, the question and the answer are coming together in that I think Francis Bacon was undoubtedly a sexual tourist. He was a sexual tourist in Soho, and the practices and pleasures he engaged in were deeply embedded in social, political inequalities, and that simply has to be recognised. When he was in Soho, the trajectories of class were super powerful. As a tourist, the combinations of class and identity, colonial and decolonial identity, were kind of embedded or kind of condensed with one another. He was certainly finding, pleasure in those inequalities, and I think that's it can't be denied that pleasure and the identities and the practices and pleasures he was engaging in are part of that social and political complexity. In a sense, that's why he's we're not understanding him as an exemplary figure. We're it's not that that this is positive. His work is interesting because it is deeply embedded in social, political, and visual economies which are structured by inequalities that are profound and violent and disturbing. That's not to connect the disturbing nature of it to the disturbing aspects of his paintings. It's just that he's part of a social and political world that is structured by different forms of difference and inequality. And that's deeply embedded in his work, I think.
Ok, obrigado. Nós temos
Great, thank you. We have time for one or two more questions. This question goes to Professor Kerr, but once again, Professor Salter, if you have any additional comments, please feel free to chime in. Professor Kerr, in your presentation, you mentioned a work in 1953. You focused on the opposition in the tension between the public and private aspects back in the day. However, it's worth reminding that Bacon had 4 more decades of work. He died in 1992 only, which is to say that he lived all throughout the 70s and the 80s. How do you see this issue on public and private differences in his late work?
Especialmente do final dos anos 80.
Especially in the late 80s and early 90s. And once again, how do you see this transformation, these changes in the way people see his work? Because if there was a decisive change in the social and political aspects we could name, would be the opposition between public and private aspects, as you mentioned in your talk. Can you elaborate on that?
I'm not sure I can do the question justice. My work is largely focused on Bacon in the 50s. I think he was part of a very particular community in the 50s. I don't think we would easily attach him to the narratives of social and political change around social and sexual identities running through the 50s and 60s to the 70s. I don't think that's a period of change that he identified himself with or explicitly engaged in the production of his work. You know, there would be a space between, you know, Francis Bacon and David Hockney that can't quite be filled, or Hockney takes on the narratives of liberation in a different, you know, form and through a different visual economy than Francis Bacon. I think, you know, just kind of anecdotally, he certainly wouldn't, I think, have identified himself as gay or been comfortable with the kind of frameworks of identity that gay identity kind of required. And that form of visibility that gay identity required, I don't think was his particular kind of practice and pleasure and identity formation. You know, something about the spaces in which he lived and the spaces and the works that he produced were about opacity and transition and being, you know, not quite visible. And the price you pay for visibility is one that I don't think he would be, you know, really willing to pay. You know, I don't think he would want to be entirely public in himself and in his work. So I don't think he, you know, lots of the histories when you come to kind of, you know, gay identity and liberation and political change, write very singular narratives about coming to visibility. You know, that coming out and coming to visibility. And I don't think you can easily attach Bacon to those narratives of ever greater visibility and, you know, certain models of liberation. I think he's very much a product of a particular, you know, social sexual formation of the early and mid 20th century. That's probably not, you know, my knowledge isn't probably enough to fully answer it. Greg can probably do better on the later work, I think.
I can try. Yeah, I think all I would just say in response, I completely agree with Simon as well. And there's a couple of things I would say is that building on that he's fascinating as, and you know, this is the same in any moment, that there are older models or understandings of sexuality and identity present in our society at any moment, that you know, we live in a multi-generational society where people have grown up in very different moments versus much younger people will be thinking in very contemporary terms perhaps about their identity. And actually that's something that makes Bacon and following him into the 80s and 90s kind of fascinating, and thinking, you know, saying that there remains kind of alongside the developments that we associate with the 80s and the 90s in Britain, say that there are these older ways of thinking about sexuality that would have intermingled at those moments. And it probably also, you know, an interesting question to ask might be, you know, not so much what Bacon was thinking in those moments, but how kind of queer audiences were responding to Bacon at those moments. So you can go and look at the brilliant kind of gay publications, gay news, even Gay Times when it comes out and things like that. You can find kind of histories of gay art, and it is very much histories of gay art at that point, I think, the way that they're framed. And you see this with Hockney as well, brilliant, kind of very resonant responses to these artists by different audiences much later, that tell us a lot, don't tell us so much about what Bacon was thinking, but tell us about how audiences were framing and understanding these artworks, which again are slightly different to the way that we're doing them now as well.
I guess all I would add is part of that becoming a serious artist and being kind of understood internationally as a serious artist was really important to Bacon. And the idea that, you know, the space that Hockney kind of held, where you could be both, was not a space that Bacon identified with or from an earlier generation thought was possible. So he didn't want those worlds to entirely kind of meet one another. I think it's always interesting to remember that Francis Bacon was a designer and kind of fearful of the relationships between certain models of sexuality and certain understandings of design. there's a wonderful encounter between Francis Bacon and Cecil Beaton. And I think Cecil Beaton, the designer, photographer, was kind of what Francis Bacon feared how he might be understood, not a serious artist. And I think in his persona, in how he presented himself, being a serious artist, taken seriously, was incredibly important. And I think in that kind of 50s, 60s moment, the connection between that and being, an openly gay figure was one that was difficult to align.
Ok, excelente. Muito obrigado.
That's great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Kerr. Thank you very much, Professor Salter. We're now getting to the end of our roundtable. Congratulations on your brilliant talks. This was a very rich debate. Thank you to our audience. Unfortunately, we couldn't really ask all the questions that were sent to us. I tried to summarize the main questions that were sent to us. And these were the questions that were addressed. We're now going to break for lunch. It is lunchtime in Brazil. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m. We're going to have more roundtables till the end of the day. So I'll see you in 1 hour and a half. We'll be back at 1:30 p.m. with our second roundtable. Thank you very much and see you soon.
Thank you, Fernando.
Obrigado.
Bom, boa tarde a todas, todos, todes. Sou Leandro
Now, good
Muniz.
afternoon, everyone. I'm Leandro Muniz, Curatorial Assistant at MASP, and this is our second round table in the seminar on Francis Bacon, The Beauty of Meat. As we're preparing an exhibit of Francis Bacon next year, and this is part of our Histories of Diversity. The seminar has been organized by Adriano Pedrosa, Artistic Director, Fernando Oliva, Curator, and Arzen Day, Assistant Curator. And the first roundtable will have Dominic James and Richard Hornsey. Before I give the floor to Dominic, I'd like to invite you all, those of you in our audience, those of you on YouTube, please send us your question in writing on chat. Let me tell you that a link with your certificate will be posted there during the presentation. Dominic James is a professor of modern history in Kiel University and a professional fellow at the University for the Creative Arts. He's a cultural historian who studies text and visual images related to Britain in its local and international contexts since the 18th century. Within the sphere, he focuses on gender, sexuality, and religion. His latest books are Freak to Chic, Gay Men, In and Out of Fashion after Oscar Wilde, and he's translating it into Portuguese, and also British Dandies. He has been the recipient of a number of research awards, including fellowships from the AHRC and the British Academy. Among the text he wrote on Francis Bacon, I would recommend this bit of an architect and Picture in the Closet on homosexual visibility in Britain. So Dominique, you now have the floor. You will have 20 minutes for your presentation, and then we will open for questions from the audience. Thank you. You have the floor.
Right. Okay, everyone. Well, thank you very much to the organisers. It's delightful to be with you all here online. Of course, one of the excitements of being someone speaking part of the way into the day is that I've been busily thinking about all the exciting things that I've heard in the first couple of papers and having new thoughts about what I was going to talk about. But I mustn't have too many new thoughts, otherwise that will sort of deflect from the main points of my argument. But I will hopefully make a few references to some of the things that we've heard in the first half. And I'm just going to share my screen now. Okay, great, excellent. Okay, so I'm going to be talking about, well, I'm focusing on muscle and meat, beefcake, and it's a weird thing, you know. There are some people who really hate puns, jokes, and wordplay, and there's such an obvious one, obviously, with Francis Bacon and meat. Just simply because bacon is a kind of meat, but also it's a kind of meat that's so sort of stereotypically British. Your bacon and eggs breakfast. I'm going to be, and I was bringing up that point about bacon because I'm going to be talking about meat in the context of commodities, thinking about meat as a product with a fluctuating price. I'm going to be thinking about capitalism and money, all of these things being very important, of course, in Francis Bacon's life, in terms of the large sums of money that he earned and the large sums of money that he spent, and of course the large sums of money that his paintings came to be worth over time. The other key thing, apart from commodities, that I'm going to be focusing on is the issue of fetishism. And there are a couple of major aspects to fetishism that I'm going to be mentioning. One of them is sexual fetishism. And the other one is something called commodity fetishism. This is where these concepts actually get tied in together. And all of those things will crop up as we go through the presentation, and it will hopefully all become clear. Now, this is a very materialist discussion, right? So I'm thinking about, well, obviously there's Bacon paintings as objects, which are then bought and sold. But I'm also very interested in thinking about the items that he includes in his paintings as objects. And it's quite an interesting one, that, because there's a sort of repertoire of Bacon themes that you find in a lot of these pictures. There are the men with or without clothes. There are men in suits. There are umbrellas. There are sides of meat. There's certain kinds of furniture. There's a kind of repeated sense of quite a lot of the same images coming up. And I think that's also interesting to think about in terms of a tension between the individual item, the individual creation of the painting, and also a sense of living in a world of mass commodities, of mass production, of interchangeable things, and in fact, disposable things. Now, this material focus, one justification for having that in relation to Francis Bacon is thinking about his original career as a designer. And not many of his objects survive. There's a small collection of them in the MB Art Foundation in Monaco, such as this mirror-topped table. And I think that one thing is, well, a couple of things are quite interesting about it. If you observe the tubular and curved forms of that table, we'll go on to see that things that look rather like that appear in not a few Bacon paintings. Another thing that's, I think, quite interesting about this object is the business of it being mirror-topped, which is actually quite an unusual thing to actually have your table mirror-topped. And it does something interesting about how you interact with a piece of furniture like that, because what it does is it reflects you when you're looking down into it, which in a sense incorporates you into the object itself. Having a mirror in that way slightly blurs this object and the figures who are around it. And that's going to be a major theme as I go on to discuss of a blurring in Bacon's work between what is an object and what is a subject, what is a figure and what is an object, and what is interchangeable and what can be bought and sold. So if we look at Bacon's figure painting, Bacon's painting 1946, and we think about this as an assemblage of material objects, well, for a start, there's a sort of a mixture of tubular railings and curves around the front and bottom of it, which seems to be, well, should be familiar by now, right? We have some carpet, we have an umbrella, we have various bits of meat, different cuts of meat, and meat, of course, is sold in different cuts, whether they're side or their legs and all this sort of stuff. And we have the figure in the suit. Now, in slightly more formal terms, it's kind of a sort of a crucifixion. We have our sides of meat, our flayed meat, evoking a figure who's strung up with the arms across, and we have a figure at the foot of the crucifixion as well. So, okay, so again, think about how this operates in terms of figures around a sort of furniture structure and how they are actually sort of put together. Imaginatively put together, a little bit like a still life. I'm just trying to deflect this slightly away from the sense that we're looking at a piece of figure painting. We're thinking in kind of really quite materialist terms. But of course, one of the things that he does is a lot of the objects are not clearly differentiated from each other in visual terms. They have and that's part of the excitement of it, of the way that the darkness functions to blur the boundaries between what exactly is an umbrella, the shade between an umbrella, the shoulder of a man's suit, and perhaps the darkness of the inside of a corpse and all this sort of thing. So we have distinct objects, but ones that slightly sickeningly blur into one another, so you're not quite sure how they're distinct or whether they are distinct. And I want to contrast that one with this one, which is very obviously not a Francis Bacon painting, but it's Francis Bacon material. So this is by a gentleman who, Stuart Ray, who was studying in art school in the 1930s in London, became a teacher in Walthamstow in the Technical College in the 1950s, retired 1983. I mean, his life in terms of dates, it sort of roughly parallels Bacon's life. Here we've got Smithfield Market. Smithfield Market's a meat market in London. It's where big lumps of animal are, you know, chopped up, bought, sold, hung around on racks. Often quite by large, hefty men, because it's quite heavy work. So you can see why someone like Bacon would have been quite interested in all of this sort of thing. Now, in the Stuart Ray version of it, the commodity nature of the sides of meat is made quite clear in that they are hung very separately from the male figures that are standing around. The male figures have immaculately white and unblood-stained outfits. It's very, very clear that they're differentiated from the subjects looking at the pieces of meat that are the objects. And this is a way that you can keep your sort of commodities under control. They're under control of rational, white-coated experts. This is not what happens in the Bacon paintings, where the commodities are not under control. And this is part of the kind of the fear and excitement that he generates. Now, meat packing districts. So London had its meat packing district in Smithfield, and so did New York. And in New York, it was called the meat packing district. This is a film that I saw just earlier this year, really interesting film about trans sex workers in the meatpacking district who worked the streets in the 1990s through into the early 21st century. And in that film, it makes a very clear read across from the notion of the buying and selling of meat products. Literally meat that's going to be consumed in restaurants, but also this is a place of the right nearby the buying and selling of sexual services, of bodies, also known as meat. And in this particular case, just like in Smithfield, these are very, how can I put this? These are kind of rather countercultural spaces. They're very smelly around the meat markets. They're not always, the refrigeration is not always perfect. It's not an area where, you know, it took a long time to gentrify, right? And that's the reason why you had a lot of kind of sex workers working the streets around that area in New York. Now, moving back to London, we have London's meat rack. And so with this slide here, I was originally going to show you on the right-hand side, a page from a diary. It was a gay man's diary. I'm writing an article in History Workshop Journal about him. He was but basically he basically spent about a third of his income through the 50s and 60s on buying sexual services. But I then realized that these diaries are not in the public domain. So actually, I better not actually just just have it. Anyway, so I basically had to cover up the picture. But I've done that, a little bit of kind of camp theatricality to give you a bit of censorship feel. At the bottom, you can say it says July 1963, the meat rack. It's a picture of Piccadilly. So Piccadilly Circus in the West End of London is but one corner of Soho. And right the way through the 20th century, it was a center for basically, well, all sorts of sexual pickups and assignations. It was around a statue. There's a photo on the left there of Anteros, popularly known as Eros, which is like basically a naked young man with wings. And the area around it was known, as you can see, popularly in queer circles as the meat rack. The other thing I put up here is just to show you, looking forward, how these comparisons continued into the 1980s. This is where a newspaper says a social worker was put on charge for selling, running a gay vice ring from the Burger Bar in London's Piccadilly Circus, and window shoppers were asked to choose from youngsters on offer. So, you know, you can either pick up some kind of meat burger, or you can pick up your meat youth, in effect, at Piccadilly. Now, this reading backwards and forwards between, you know, commodified, thinking about the mass production of corpses of animals and the mass production of human bodies, is something quite widespread in kind of popular culture in the 1940s. I've got an article in Visual Culture in Britain about this. Lilliput magazine reading a cross between dead mutton and live beef. Now, this kind of commodity culture gets critiqued by the members of the early pop art community in London. For example, in Hamilton's Just What Is It That Makes Today's Home So Different, So Appealing, which is a 1956 collage, which was produced to promote the This Is Tomorrow exhibition at the Whitechapel Gallery. In this particular case, we have some kind of left-wing artistic critique, and also making artistic material out of mass culture and capitalist mass culture. In this case, particularly American mass culture. I wrote another piece in Visual Culture in Britain about this. And basically, the figure of the muscle guy is clipped out of physique pictorial magazines, which we've already heard about. And John McHale brought those back to London, and Richard Hamilton clipped them out and used them in here. So I've talked about commodities. I need to just flag up here what commodity fetishism is, and why that matters. So commodity fetishism, it's based on a really a Western-centric and racist approach to non-Western religions. Originally, a fetish was supposedly a sort of a religious symbol of African tribes people, which Western sailors, including Portuguese ones, regarded as being, you know, ridiculous little trinkets that local people believed had religious power. And they called these things fetishes. This idea then goes through into Marx, and Marx applies this to the notion of commodities under capitalism. And this is the idea that under the capitalist system, all sorts of weird and, to him, irrational beliefs grow up about the supposed value of particular commodities within a system of capitalism and exchange. The third way that fetishism actually is used in critique in the 19th century is particularly to explain varieties of sexual deviation. So the idea here is that someone's attention wanders off from the body of the person of some of the opposite sex onto something else where it shouldn't be. So it focuses, for example, on a piece of clothing rather than on the body, and starts to eroticize that. It gives it, again, a kind of fake value that it shouldn't really have. In French thought, by the way, fetishism was a major explanation that was used to explain homosexuality, or inversion, as they referred to it then, which was supposedly men became so, quote, effeminate men, became so interested in women's material culture that they actually started to, in effect, identify with it, and started to take on the attributes of women. So it's quite a strange way of explaining what, say, male or female homosexuality is, but it was a fetishistic theory of how this all worked. So think primitive energies. Now, of course, Bacon is interested in primitive energies and doesn't want to sort of shy away from them, really wants to engage with them and feel those forces, right? In later pop art, commodity fetishism and sexual fetishism are actually aligned together in pieces like Alan Jones's Chair of 1969, enormously controversial. Obviously, people here were not at all sure whether this actually reproduced patriarchy. After all, it's inviting you to sit on this woman, or whether it is actually a piece of dramatic critique of the subjugation of women. And it's been a very controversial piece ever since. Thinking of furniture and materials and objects, I was looking through when I wrote another book called Freak to Chic, and it was gay, in inverted commas, gay men in and out of fashion after Oscar Wilde. It was basically gay used to mean happy, but it becomes used in an innuendo term with sort of sexual connotations from the interwar period onwards. And I was reading through, as you do, various fashion magazines and Style for Men, where, for example, I discovered that mannequins and busts could look like that. Tubular limbed forms with sort of bulbous bits of body. Now, I'm not in this presentation doing a kind of, oh, you know, I found something that looks just like a Francis Bacon painting, and therefore, you know, oh, Francis Bacon must have seen something like that Style for Men model, and then it went into his, you know, I'm not talking about that. But what I'm talking about is something about the general visual culture of the times, the kind of things that could be seen, that could be depicted. Bulbous forms of bodies, tubular elements of furniture or of mannequins or hat stands, which might inform the way in which Bacon might have seen a crucifixion like this, along with obviously Renaissance and medieval kind of models. Now, my final couple of points are to do with how religion then ties into all of this. Because as you know, from my introduction, with the introduction of me, I work on, you know, religion and sexuality together quite often. So as Bacon looked back in time, I can look back in time. Again, this is not a Francis Bacon knew this image business. It's illustrating a point, which is that in Britain, there was a very strong tradition of anti-Catholicism from the Reformation. And Francis Bacon, growing up between Ireland and Britain, would have been particularly aware of this. And by and large, the attitude of British Protestants towards Catholic visual and material culture was that it was, well, it was exotic, strange, perverse, and very fetishistic in both commodity terms and also sexual terms. So I can go into that in questions, but for example, if you look in 19th century satire, in things like Punch magazine, they regularly are making jokes about Roman Catholic churches being like lumber shops or being like interior decorators' showrooms and all this sort of stuff. They're constantly sort of suggesting that it's just some giant material racket. They're also constantly coming up with all sorts of sexual innuendo about whatever Catholic monks and nuns and priests are getting up with each other. Now here, we've got an 18th century parody by Hogarth of Francis Dashwood worshipping Venus, or at least eyeing up a little Venus, basically where St. Francis would have been staring at a crucifix. And that makes us think about back to our crucifixions and crucifixes. What have you got in material culture terms? You haven't literally got a figure on the wall. You've got a statue that is nailed to a wooden cross, which after all is what a crucifix is. You've got something that slightly weirdly blurs between being a representation of a person and then being an actual piece of furniture. And you have something which could be viewed by anti-Catholics as being weirdly kind of fetishistic. And after all, a lot of crucifixes were, they were young men without very many clothes on, essentially. So let's just move to the last couple of slides. So we've talked about whatever is on the crucifix, but then we've also got the business of what is at the bottom of the crucifix, these figures at the base of a crucifixion. And sorry, just jumped ahead of myself there. Yeah. So the first thing is to say, well, I mean, on that left-hand one, again, it looks a little bit like my bent over mannequin model from 1934, but leaving that to one side, one thing that's really interesting about this is, what are these things? They're a bit human, they're a bit animal, they look a bit like bits of animal, they also look like bits of furniture. So the one in the middle appears to have legs that look a little bit like an easel coming out of it. The one on the right very definitely have something that looks like a table leg that comes straight out of it. Again, you've got what I was talking about before of that weird sort of slightly sickly blurring. I'm using sickly just to use it because it's an emotion that comes up in my mind. It's not a scientific statement of blurring between the human, the animal, and the object, between humans and obviously various kinds of meat in this particular case. So let's pull this together in terms of what is he trying to do, or one of the things that he's trying to do with all of this. So I've suggested in another of my books, which is called Picturing the Closet, that the police in 20th century Britain often went around looking for the signs of the homosexual, the deviant, the invert, whatever words they were using, the sodomite, in order to try and lock them up. The one on the left is from a police raid from the 1920s of a bedroom. And it's presented as evidence that unnatural acts have taken place there. The rumpled bed, there's the chair, there's a pair of shoes by the bed, there's an umbrella. In this case, I think it's probably meant to be a kind of, quote, oriental lantern, which gives the room a red glow, which is they say in the notes. But you read, and then you've got the blank walls, and it's a very tight, enclosed private space. And you read from this material culture assemblage what must have happened. In the other two, we have what looks, in one case, like you can hardly see this figure at all. Hat, coat, flowers. In the second one, the figure has kind of emerged. It's like a figure at the base of a crucifixion. It's a kind of bulbous body-like thing here with a kind of orifice. A mouth, which is very much an orifice, makes you think about the other end of the bent over body and perhaps thinking about, bending over and sodomy and all this kind of stuff. So there are all sorts of ways that you can encode queerness, transgression, excitement into these paintings. and actually it doesn't get picked up in the way that it does get picked up if you picture your wrestling figures. So therefore, just finishing off here, you might say, well, this is how can I put this? Is it all about sex? Well, no, it's not just all about sex. But nevertheless, I think that sex and appetites and the thinking backwards and forth between, physical acts, between the money you might have to pay out to your sexual partner, to the money you might have to pay out for blackmail. These were very, very present things for queer men in the mid-20th century. And these could be all things that help to stir that very rich mix of things that makes Bacon's paintings so, how can I put this? They're fascinating, often alarming, but fascinating. Okay, thank you very much. Just stop my share.
Muito obrigado, Dominic.
Thank you very much, Mr. James. This was very interesting. It's great to learn about visual culture that is part of the artist's imagination. Now, handing the floor over to Mr. Richard. Richard Hornsey is an associate professor in modern British history at the University of Nottingham, UK. He's the author of This Piv and the Architect, Unruly Life in Post-War London. More recent work has explored the impact of mass production on interwar British culture, about which he's writing a book. He also currently works on a funded project to explore the colonial dynamics of over-the-counter medicine through the British pharmacy chain Boots, the Chemists. He also has an essay on Francis Bacon, which is the foundation of his presentation. The floor is yours, Mr. Hornsey.
Thank you very much, Leandro. Hello, everybody. I just want to say it's absolutely wonderful to be here at this really great event, and the work that MASP is doing is just incredible. I'm going to be, can everyone hear me okay? Is that okay? I'm going to be doing what a lot of the brilliant speakers before me have done, which is to take Francis Bacon and to place him back within the context, the aesthetic and also the social and cultural context of the particular moment in which he's working, and to see where that goes. So I'll be doing the same thing, I guess, as the Dominic's just done, of starting with Bacon and then moving off to look at various other visual economies before coming back with some sort of conclusion. So let me just start sharing my screen. Bear with me a second, everybody. Hang on. Okay, is that working? Great, okay. So this paper has got Bacon's heads in the title. I'm only going to talk about a couple of, on purpose, I'm only talking about a very restrictive set of Francis Bacon's images. But I'm going to start this talk not by talking about Bacon's heads, but with a much later image. Hang on, where is this going? Okay. Plate 40, taken from David Sylvester's seminal book, Interviews with Francis Bacon, which was first published in 1975. Now, as Michael Permeate has noted, Sylvester's Interviews marked a watershed moment in Bacon's career, securing his reputation as the leading post-war British painter and providing candid insights that would structure the critical reception of his work for many years to come. And this is something that Simon in the first talk alluded to. The book was, according to its cover blurb, quote, a unique statement of Bacon's aims as a painter, the ways in which he works, and about his life. Yet this plate, which was entitled Photographs of Bacon Taken by Himself in Automatic Booths, contained the only photos of the artist to be included in the book. It thus carried a lot of semantic weight. Unlike most of the book's images, these photo booth strips were not explicitly referred to in any of the interviews. but they hung over the written text and clearly shared its tone. The interviews were presented as an overheard conversation between friends, and these strips promised the same kind of intimate revelation. As photographs of Bacon, taken by Bacon for his own private usage, they proffered something more authentic and personal than a publicity photograph, and something more direct than the self-portrait on the cover. A sense of candor that was only increased by their crumpled grubbiness and the way they seem to have just been casually cast upon the page. But what exactly was plate 40 revealing? I think, perhaps unsurprisingly, given today's agenda, that it has something to do with Bacon's sexuality and the ways in which this was obliquely but firmly presented within the interviews themselves. At the start of interview 3, Sylvester asks Bacon how he came to be a painter. Bacon mentions that he was rejected from the army, that Eric Hall had a great influence on his life, although the reader isn't told who Eric Hall was, and that he spent time as a furniture designer in the late 1920s, as we've just heard. Bacon also mentions his terrible shyness as an adolescent, describing himself as, quote, a late starter in everything. Sylvester then asks whether Bacon's obsession with Velázquez's Pope Innocent X might be rooted in his relationship with his father, the Pope being Il Papa in Italian. Sylvester continues, and what were your feelings towards your father? Well, I disliked him, but I was sexually attracted to him when I was young. When I first sensed it, I hardly knew it was sexual. It was only later, through the grooms and the peoples in the stables I had affairs with, that I realized that it was a sexual thing towards my father. This bit of dialogue, mimicking that between a psychoanalyst and his patient, is the only place within the interviews that Bacon's queerness was made explicit. The effect on the reader is not one so much of shock, but of suspicions confirmed. All those suggestive ambiguities from earlier in the interview are now cleared up. Yes, reader, you were right. He is a homosexual. But equally importantly, Sylvester then lets the matter lie. Amongst all those painterly aims, working methods, and aspects of his life that the pair discuss, Bacon's sexuality is never properly won. Perhaps it's not surprising that Sylvester moved on so quickly. As Simon Ophel Kerr reminded us this morning, there was a historic tension between Bacon's queerness and his claim to be taken seriously as a major fine artist. In particular, Bacon's interwar success as an interior designer, a notably queer profession, fed into post-war debates about whether his paintings were serious art or merely superficial decoration. And given the strategic role of these interviews in constructing Bacon's public reputation, it is understandable that Sylvester didn't delve too deeply. Yet this tension, and the role of plate 40 within it, is interesting, I think, because of its strange parallels with a much earlier moment in Bacon's career. In November 1949, Bacon's first solo exhibition opened at the Hanover Gallery in Mayfair, a wealthy and largely upper-class part of West London. In preparation for this show, Bacon painted a series of 6 canvases named simply Heads 1 to 6. In each canvas, a male head appears to be collapsing in a confined and shallow space that is frequently marked off by a blue-grey curtain at the back. Now, what struck me when I first saw these paintings in a book was how much they resembled photo booth images in their framing. They're largely monochrome palette, and they're often frontal lighting. This impression was further enhanced by their anonymity, as well as by their explicit seriality. Head 2, for instance, is edged on 3 sides by a frame of black paint that directly prefigures the irregular border that the photo booth would give Bacon's own self-image 15 or so years later, whilst Head 6 is even enclosed within a rectangular structure that now recalls the familiar architecture of the photo booth itself, less a photo booth portrait of a man than a portrait of a man having his photo taken in the photo booth. Now, to be clear, this is not a claim that these heads were based on or influenced by photo booth images. This is not a causal art historical claim. While some of Bacon's later self-portraits do seem derived from such photographs, these ones from 1974 perhaps, the head series is probably too early. However, it does seem notable that at 2 major moments of Bacon's self-presentation in public, his first major exhibition in 1949, and the publication of the interviews in 1975, similar imagery should emerge. As Bacon told a reporter from Time magazine in 1949, quote, "The heads are just an attempt to make a certain type of feeling visual. Painting is the pattern of one's own nervous system being projected onto canvas." And I want to suggest that with both the heads and plate 40, we see Bacon visually exploring the paradox of trying to present himself as both a credible artist and as a queer man within the cultural climate of post-war Britain. Now, to explore this further, we need to zoom right back out and explore that wider post-war climate and the more general place of queer men within it. In 1949, the same year as Bacon's show, the sociologist T.H. Marshall argued that Britain had embraced a new form of social citizenship, in which all individuals, regardless of income and economic class, now had the right to participate equally in the social and cultural heritage of the nation. And we can see this in things like the creation of the welfare state and the National Health Service. We can see it in creations like the Arts Council with its philosophy of bringing art to everybody, regardless of class. And we can see it in the optimistic vistas of Britain's town planners and things like the Festival of Britain, which is the image in the middle. The sociologist Marshall remained critical of this apparently more equitable society. He argued that cultural inclusivity was being used to justify and distract from continued economic difference. But he had successfully identified a new social and cultural vision based on the twin principles of formal equality and civic participation. During the 1950s, the place of queer men within this civic vision became the source of controversy and debate, as we've already heard a bit about today. On the one hand, tabloid journalists, magistrates, and concerned politicians colluded to produce a moral panic around so-called male vice. This reworked the tropes of late Victorian sensationalist journalism to present queer men as a malignant social evil. Here it transpired a generation of vulnerable adolescents cast adrift in British cities were falling prey to richer, older perverts who offered them cash or presents and then seduced them into a life of corrupted debauchery. To many, such stories were vindicated by the increased number of men being arrested in London's public toilets and parkland, and reached something of a climax with the so-called Montague trials of spring 1954, which again we've touched on this morning, when Lord Montague of Beaulieu, Michael Pitt Rivers, and the journalist Peter Wildeblood were convicted of gross indecency with a pair of younger airmen that they had picked up in Piccadilly Circus, as Dominic has already told us about today. What's significant here is the basic understanding of queer male sexuality as a set of behaviours which could be made visible by policemen and evidenced in court. Male perverts were defined by what they did, and it was this behaviour that had to be brought to light and punished. So how were queer criminals made visible? One clear signifier with particular pertinence to Bacon was the presence of cosmetics on a man's face. A trace of rouge on a cheek or a hint of lipstick on a mouth was often cited in court as tangible evidence of a man's intent to seduce, quote, normal men into sex. And as Matt Holbrook has documented, even the presence of a powder puff or a lipstick in a man's coat pocket might be enough to secure a conviction. Other, even more ephemeral signifiers of queerness existed at the level of facial expression. In 1954, a number of Metropolitan Police officers gave testimony to the Wolfenden Committee, a government body set up to recommend on how best to solve this new problem of homosexuality. Commander Robertson of A Division gave this account about working undercover in a public lavatory. Quote, "The methods adopted by the suspect vary, but generally they follow the same pattern. They stand next to a young, likely person whom they think they may get some encouragement from, and they look up into his face and smile at him. They look down at his person, and if there is any reaction, they may be lucky in striking someone who is of the same mind as themselves. They go somewhere else to complete whatever they intend to do." Later that afternoon, PC Darlington of B Division offered a similar account. "These people come in, they stand there, and there are 3 or 4 or more, and you are all standing there, and it is deathly quiet. There is no sound of anybody urinating at all. You see these men, they start to look about them and give each other the glad eye. They nod their head and sometimes speak, and reach out and touch one another, and practically everyone you see will be masturbating himself. Like the rouged cheeks and reddened lips of the made-up pervert, many of these signs of criminal queerness emanated from a man's face, which could be documented as evidence and used to establish guilt in court. The glad eye, the furtive smile, the nod of the head, the looking about. Against this dominant understanding of queerness as a set of criminal corporeal signifiers, a second coalition of more liberal voices offered an alternative account. This sought to assimilate queer men into the post-war vision of social citizenship and renewal. Sociologists, novelists, and the personal pleas of self-confessed, quote, homosexuals promoted a more enlightened understanding that they hoped would lead to tolerance and legislative reform. Key here was the discourse of scientific experts, psychiatrists or criminologists who had worked with queer offenders and who now stepped forward to argue their social case. Homosexuality, these experts claimed, was less accurately a set of behaviours than a psychological condition, a pre-existing configuration of erotic desires that had already been determined before a boy had reached the age of 5. This account didn't challenge the moral thrust of tabloid discourse. Queer activity in public was still abhorrent and needed to be quashed for the good of society, but it did alter its civic politics. Perversion was no longer the result of an older man's seduction, a lapsarian fall into a life of debauchery. Instead, since a man's sexual proclivities had been decided long ago in childhood, any youth engaging in queer sex acts was probably already a homosexual. He just hadn't acted upon those desires up until that point. By refusing to equate illegal queer activity with, quote, homosexuality per se, reformers opened up a space of potential reconciliation. For whilst a homosexual might engage in degraded pickups and public sex, he might also turn away from such activity and seek fulfillment in the privacy of his own home with a faithful, lifelong partner. This was, in effect, an attempt to create a model of homosexual citizenship, a blueprint for how a man's queerness might not disrupt the respectable social democratic community at the heart of the post-war vision. Instead, it might become successfully assimilated into that social vision. Soon after his release from jail, the journalist Peter Wildeblood, who was one of the 3 men convicted during the Montagu trials, gave his own evidence to the Wolfenden Committee. One of only 3 self-proclaimed homosexuals to do so, he firmly promoted the reformist agenda, offering an account of homosexuality as a psychological condition. This required him to make a firm distinction in front of the committee between what he called glandular inverts, those effeminate men who haunted the city's streets in lipstick and rouge, and, quote, proper homosexuals like himself, who were publicly undetectable because their desires were invisible. In a book-length version of his evidence entitled Against the Law, on the screen, Wildeblood wrote, "Everyone has seen the pathetically flamboyant pansy with the flapping wrists, the common butt of musical jokes and public house stories. Most of us are not like that. We do our best to look like everyone else, and we usually succeed. That is why nobody realizes how many of us there are. I know many hundreds of homosexuals, and not more than half a dozen would be recognized by a stranger for what they are. If anything, they dress more soberly and behave more conventionally in public than the, quote, normal men I know. They have to, if they are to avoid suspicion." The genuine homosexual, then, was invisible in public. By following normative codes of public decency and comportment, he kept his desires hidden in the twin private spaces of his home and his psyche. The Wolfenden Committee would go on to endorse this model when it recommended in 1957 that homosexual acts between 2 consenting men over the age of 21 should be decriminalised, as long as they took place in private. But herein lay the fatal paradox. Homosexuals, as homosexuals, were being made publicly acceptable for the first time in Britain, but only on condition that they refrained from expressing the one thing through which their acceptance was now defined, i.e., their homosexuality. How then could this legitimate homosexuality make itself visible in post-war society when the basic condition of its acceptance was its invisibility? Bacon's 1949 Head series and Plate 40, produced at two crucial moments of public self-presentation, seem to wrestle with just this question. They do this, I think, because both sets of images engage, to varying degrees, with the formal aesthetics of citizenship itself, as best represented in post-war Britain by the passport photograph. When in 1914, the British Nationality and Status of Aliens Act codified the modern British passport, it integrated a photograph of its bearer into the document's design. Early passport photographs such as these were taken by professional studio photographers and gesture back to bourgeois cartes de visite of the second half of the 19th century. Yet as a bureaucratic technology invented to visually identify the bearer, they gestured more formally to the bourgeonnage system of criminal identification as used by European police forces since the 1880s. As John Tagg has noted, this kind of bureaucratic photography required its subjects to address the camera in a particular way. Quote, "The bodies were taken one by one, isolated in a shallow contained space, turned full face, and subjected to an unreturnable gaze." The ideal was to create in front of the camera what Tagg described as, quote, "a clear space of unobstructed lines of sight, open to vision and to supervision." In its architecture, the automatic photo booth inherited this bureaucratic logic. The first photomatons arrived in the UK in the mid-1920s, only 5 or so years after the modern British passport. They began life as a novelty and were most often found at fairgrounds and at the seaside. To be photographed by a machine was an experience which also produced a memorable keepsake of a fun day out. But the cheap accessibility and mechanical speed on which photomatons were premised required standardized, simple images. The only decorative embellishment, if there was one, was a plain cloth backdrop. In 1955, the London Underground's first photo booth appeared in Baker Street Tube Station, a watershed moment that marked the beginning of the photo booth's real ascendancy in Britain. After the founding of Photo Me Studios Limited in 1958, they quickly became ubiquitous in towns and cities, at railway stations, bus depots, and other sites where human traffic made them commercially viable. Why did photo booths become such a sudden phenomenon in the later 1950s? One answer is the rising tide of affluence. More people could afford to go abroad on package holidays, and so more people needed a passport photograph. But on a more abstract level, the photo booth clearly accorded with the dominant ethos of the early post-war decades. As we have learned from T.H. Marshall, the hegemonic social vision was based on a new notion of citizenship. People of all classes were now entitled to share and participate in the cultural heritage of the nation. The automatic photo booth not only produced images that made you look like a citizen, but it was ubiquitous, cheap, accessible, and self-directed. It resonated with the democratic, participatory ethos of the new civic society, gesturing, via its generic, standardized format, to the wider social community of all other photo booth users. For those on the cultural fringes, the photo booth became a mechanism to explore the performative limits of post-war citizenship. Take, for instance, this poster for the Beatles film, A Hard Day's Night, released in 1964. The central grid of 32 portraits clearly references photo booth strips, even if the side lighting shows the photos to have really been taken in a studio. On one level, the poster offers a joyful celebration of post-war modernity and the new mobility that has allowed 4 working-class lads from Liverpool to disrupt the pre-war hierarchies of British culture. It is also a very democratic image. Its simple photo booth styling, head and shoulders against a plain backdrop, could be easily replicated by any Beatles fan or filmgoer with a couple of shillings to spare in almost any British town centre. But at the same time, this poster also subverts the aesthetic form on which it relies. The single image that seems most accordant with the normative aesthetics of citizenship, i.e., which looks most like a passport photograph, is actually of Wilfred Bramble, the actor who plays Paul McCartney's grandfather in the film. He alone addresses the camera simply and head-on, adopting the kind of enigmatic semi-smile required by bureaucratic technologies of recognition. Around him, the band pull goofy faces, threatening our ability to recognize who, and creating a sense of mop-topped interchangeability that blurs the four band members into a hybrid called the Beatles. This is also, of course, a generational joke. Paul's granddad addresses the camera in the way he's meant to, while the Beatles muck about, refusing to submit to the camera's authority. As representatives of the younger generation, they turn their pseudo-photo booth into a space of play and experimentation. They exploit the photo booth's lack of directing photographer and use inauthentic facial expressions as a subversive tool to explore multiple performances of self that fracture the unitary citizen at the heart of passport photography. It's instructive to compare the A Hard Day's Night poster with Plate 40 from Sylvester's interviews, whose photo booth strips were roughly coterminous. Bacon too is clearly testing the limits of the apparatus and the ways in which its sitter can deviate from the sanctioned conventions of citizen portraiture. But these are not the confident heterosexual subversions of John, Paul, George, and Ringo. Bacon instead seems awkward and evasive. He appears physically uncomfortable, as if caught in a space in which he can't quite settle. He refuses to meet the camera's gaze and submissively looks downward. He shifts his body around the booth, pulling himself in and out of focus, as if trying to escape into the dimly lit margins of the image. His turned up collar becomes a gesture of concealment, an attempt to evade the scrutiny of the lens, and he also seems very much alone. No laughing friends have joined him in the cramped space of the booth. No photos have been snipped off any of the strips to give to a lover as a keepsake. Sylvester's reproduction of these portraits thus casts a connotative queerness over Bacon's life that it never makes explicit. Following many of the tropes attached to homosexuals in post-war popular culture, we get an image of isolation, loneliness, and restlessness, an evasive discomfort in what should be an urban, fun-filled technology. But there is also, I want to argue, something more profound going on here, which links these photo booth strips back to Bacon's 1949 Head series as part of his ongoing struggle to present himself to the art world public as both a serious, important artist and as a queer man. And to explain this, I want to briefly return to Peter Wildeblood, convicted friend of Lord Montagu and self-confessed homosexual advocate. In March 1954, at the height of the Montagu trial, the Daily Mirror newspaper printed this photograph of Wildeblood wearing evening wear, which the editor had retouched to make it look like he was wearing lipstick. Although this tuxedo already had queer connotations, the darkening of Wildeblood's lips suggests the Mirror's anxiety that Wildeblood's criminal queerness was just not legible enough on his body. The paper thus fell back on the same visual vocabulary as the police and the law courts, a citational catalogue of painted lips, rouged cheeks, glad eyes, and leering smiles by which homosexual men could be made visible before the law. A year later, in his book Against the Law, Peter Wildeblood claimed that these press exposés had in fact been a form of liberation. I was able at last to move out of a false position and take up a true one. There was no need for further pretense. I could discard the mask, which had been such a burden to me all my life. We can think of Wildeblood's discarded mask in two different ways. On one level, it is clearly meant as the mask of it is clearly meant to be the mask of heterosexual passing, of having to pretend to be a normal man in public. Now that his secret was out, he could face the world as an authentic homosexual. But as such, the discarded mask was also the one constructed by the police and papers like the Mirror, which reduced homosexual men to a composite of darkened lips, rouged cheeks, leering smiles, and glad eyes. Since homosexuals looked like normal men, this mask too had now been rendered obsolete by Wildeblood's public self-disclosure. Or as he put it, when the searchlights of the law were turned onto my life, only a part of it was illuminated. It will be my task, therefore, to turn on more lights, revealing, in place of the blurred and shadowy figure of the newspaper photographs, a man differing from other men in only one respect. This fully illuminated, authentic wild blood finally found pictorial form in the small photograph on the back cover of the Penguin paperback edition of Against the Law from 1957. On the one hand, this image is filled with connotation. Wild blood was trying to repackage himself as a serious intellectual. His chin rests gravely on his fist in a pose too reminiscent of Rodin's Thinker, while his heavy brow and stony stare exaggerate the torments of living in an unjust society. But aside from this forced theatricality, this photograph also suffered from a deeper structural weakness which it could never overcome. Here is Peter Wildeblood, author of Against the Law, whose new respectability and claim to citizenship is inextricable from his constitutive homosexuality. But as much as Wildeblood's photo might resemble a passport photograph or a photo booth portrait in its most proper form, his linguistic discourse provided no interpretive structure through which his homosexuality might become visible. Here, finally, was the true face of a genuine homosexual, but one, according to the internal text, that was entirely indistinguishable from the heterosexuals around him. Yet this was also not the mask of heterosexual passing. Thus, there was simply nowhere in this image to locate that sexual difference. If we, as readers, want to see a queer man in this image, then we have to make recourse to the only visual vocabulary that was historically available. Wildeblood's homosexuality dissolves back into an aggregate of already known queer iterations. A pair of staring eyes, just a little too desperate perhaps, a theatrical fist disavowing its own limpness, the mysterious name of Lotta Meitner Graf, who may or may not signify a connection to the queer excesses of interwar Germany. This was then the only means by which Wildeblood's homosexuality could ever be visualized in post-war Britain. As much as he laid claim to the expressionless composer of The Citizen, his face is perpetually pulled apart into a set of significant details, centrifugally dissolving under that hermeneutics of suspicion that could alone render his homosexuality visible. It is striking that 6 years before Against the Law, reviewers of Bacon's Hanover show used precisely this language to describe his anonymous male heads. According to reviewers, these figures were dissolving under the weight of the paint, decomposing before the viewer into an unstable composite of discrete and disconnected facial features. Wyndham Lewis in The Listener wrote of, quote, the shouting creatures in glass cases, these dissolving ganglia the size of a small fist, in which one can always discern the shouting mouth, the wild, distended eye. And this trope was still being used in 1971, when John Russell claimed that the heads revealed the disintegration of the social being which takes place when one is alone in a room, which has no looking glass, in which we may well feel that the accepted hierarchy of our faces is collapsing, and that we are by turns all teeth, all eye, all ear, all nose. It is tempting to relate these canvases to Bacon's own experience on the streets of London. On one level, his highly cultivated self-image exploited those same citations of queer visibility, the painted eyes, the painted lips, the glad eyes, that affronted assimilationist reformers such as Wildeblood. Yet when he strayed beyond the bohemian milieu of Soho and Fitzrovia and into the more respectable environs of Mayfair's Hanover Gallery, he must have felt more keenly the tensions within this mode of queer embodiment. Heads 1 to 6, painted in anticipation of this event, might be read as an early articulation of the paradox around presenting visually a legitimate homosexuality, a paradox that united, for all their polarity, Bacon's form of defiant posturing and Wildeblood's form of polite assimilationism. As suggested by Wildeblood's own collapse when he left the verbal terrain of personal biography and entered the visual arena of the everyday media, homosexuality could either remain invisible or else necessarily dissolve back into the glad eyes, flapping wrists, and other prostheses of criminal queer citation. Bacon's portraits might just articulate the basic contradiction of early post-war queer self-presentation, forever oscillating between opposing poles of coherence and disintegration. And I'm stopping there. Thank you very much for listening, folks.
Bom, obrigado, Richard. Acho que foi muito
Thank you very
interessante.
much, Richard. This was very interesting. It was great to learn more about the legal and social aspects of Bacon's context. I would like to remind everyone in the audience that they can send their questions in writing in the chat box on YouTube. Now, I think I can kickstart the Q&A session with a question. I wanted to talk about color in Bacon's work. On the one hand, there's a very particular context to each of the works, but color is also connected to some of the social aspects that you both mentioned. I'm not sure you want to share some of your impressions on that. That will be great. Dominique, maybe can we start with you?
Cool. Yes, absolutely. So I think there's something interesting about the notion of being referred to as being colorful, a colorful character. So in the mid 20th century, there were a wide range of different sort of euphemisms and innuendos that could be used to talk about people or to speculate about people. And sometimes we can lose sight of that because we got very, very fixed on what is an identity category and who was clearly identified as this or that or whatever. In this kind of atmosphere of sort of kind of gossip and rumor and supposition, referring to someone as being, for example, musical or theatrical or artistic or colorful could be used to indicate in relation to men that there was something sort of sexually complicated going on, or that they were in some way queer. And so I've been doing some other work, which is basically looking at the way in which students who are of color, because identified as not white, and were actually referred to as colorful in all sorts of ways. So it wasn't just that their skin was regarded as being colorful, they were seen to wear clothes that were unusually colorful. They would use a language that was sort of flamboyant and colorful and all this kind of stuff. So when you go to Bacon, you've got something quite interesting about him, because in a way, he slightly does fit part of the glandular homosexual, if you see what I mean. He is, I mean, he does camp, right? In various ways. I know it's a slippery category, but he does camp in terms of his speech, calling people in his circle by men by their women's names and all this kind of stuff. And he uses makeup. He touches up the color of his hair. He sort of smears makeup on his face. There's sort of stuff where he almost sort of practices swirling paints on his face, interchangeably, and sometimes swirling kind of cosmetics on bits of paper. So he's sort of thinking backwards and forwards between cosmetics and paint. And of course, painting your face was how people described using cosmetics. So there's all sorts of interesting things about color which could be queer. And then, of course, there's another part of the question, which is how he uses color in his images. So color can be a very intense. When you think about, the red of blood, right? You get a very some intense, visceral kind of feeling from this. On the other hand, many of the works they're very dark. Now, one thing that's interesting about that, well, there are lots of things that are interesting about that, but I'll shut up after this so that Richard can get a word in. There's a book called Men in Black. It's about 20 years old. And it actually talks about the way in which black was used in Western culture. There's ambiguities about black racially, but black as a fabric was used as a sign of authority and seriousness. And think about dark suits and all that kind of thing. So you could say in his works, he is using a lot of black to try to appear very serious and intense and kind of claim authority with that. But every so often he has this feeling of, yes, I want some really vivid, flamboyant color. But there does seem to be some kind of tension about how he uses color.
Muito bom. Richard?
That's great,
Hi,
Richard.
Yeah, no, I was gonna reiterate some of the stuff that Dominic said, actually. I mean, in the early post-war portraits, a lot of that dark coloring, I think, has to do with the fact that photography is predominantly black and white, because he's using photographic imagery. So predominantly things like the heads pictures that I was talking about, that monochrome palette is a kind of natural inheritance of that going on. But the thing about the red, the connection between wearing cosmetics, particularly the way that I was framing it as well, the way that cosmetics is a form of painting, and the connection between the paint on the canvas and the paint on the face, I think, is really prominently there, particularly in the smear as well. Because if you're on the streets and you see a policeman and you happen to be wearing red lipstick and you know that that's something that could put you in trouble, you do that to get rid of it as quickly as possible. You've smeared it across your face, and I think, you know, whether this is, I don't think it's a conscious thing in Bacon's thing, but I think there's something that you can about the smear, the rapid takeoff, that kind of mutability, I think, which is kind of there. And I was really struck also thinking about the pink in the picture that you showed, Dominic, the 1946 one, and how unnatural those colors are, and how the color palette, that when he does go for a strong color palette, they're very much used to signal artificiality, but also to signal, I think, domesticity, that they look like the kind of colors that you could only really get, you know, you would not get in an exterior place. You might get in a showroom, you might get in a shop window, and some of the later ones, where he's beginning, I think it's the ones from the 70s, where he's using these kind of semicircular backdrops that look like TV studios. I think that becomes another kind of reference point later on, that has a lot to do with color TV, actually, and a kind of, maybe a kind of pop art sensibility that's creeping in at around that time.
Muito bom. Obrigado.
Sounds great. Thank you very much. I think Dominic raised a good point right at the beginning of his talk, and maybe you can elaborate on that, which is basically what you thought about the previous talks, the previous speakers, any new ideas that came up as you listened to the previous panel members. Anything you wanted to talk about? Sort of an open space for you to comment on the previous talks.
Yes. So, well, I think well, there are lots of different things, obviously, well, one thing that came up for me, and this is which is the mention of Cecil Beaton and photography. So, you know, I know that there've been a whole series of articles that have been written about Francis Bacon and Cecil Beaton and how they sort of interacted. She didn't get on very well, but there's something quite interesting here about the again, about the figure of the pansy, you know, this alleged effeminate kind of déclassé figure, wearing the makeup, the kind of man woman, all this kind of stuff, because I'm trying to think exactly when this is, but Noel Coward ticked off Cecil Beaton in great detail, one of the first times the two of them met, for basically behaving too much like a pansy. And, you know, there was makeup, but it was too obvious. The walk was, you know, just too sort of flamboyant, you know, all this kind of stuff. And it kind of kicked off for me something very interesting about the kind of tightrope, in a sense, that some of these people are literally walking between that business about how are you true to yourself, how do you actually express yourself in your daily life, and how do you avoid embarrassing yourself and others in inverted commas, let alone, you know, being arrested by the police. I mean, how do you conduct everyday kind of conversations? And I remember, you know, I remember when I was at school in the 1980s, and I would get repeatedly teased for being flamboyant and, you know, using long words, and this was all kind of labeled as gay, and that was all kind of bad, and all this sort of stuff. So I thought that was really quite interesting about these creative individuals. And you have someone like, however, Bacon can play the cosmopolitan intellectual card. So in a way, people can suspect you, oh, where are you going off to, you know, all that kind of stuff. But on the other hand, they can say, well, of course, he's just eccentric. He's not just a pansy. He's a sort of a celebrity. He's individual. He's quirky. It's a way that you can sort of get away with things by becoming a character. So I always wondered about that in relation to the different forms of self-presentation that are available. There's the assimilation one, there's the, you know, we got to push this as an outrageous joke thing, you know, the Julian and Sandy stuff later. There's the Quentin Crisp, well, I'm dropping out of respectable society and I'm just going to do what I want. And then there's Francis Bacon, who's got this kind of, can I play on this idea? And and I think he does pretty successfully. He develops a kind of cult of himself where people sort of think, oh, I'm not looking at a gay man, I'm looking at an extraordinary individual who doesn't have to play by the ordinary rules. So that's one way you could be visible and invisible at the same time.
Ótimo. Richard, algum comentário?
Great. Richard, any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a really interesting thing. I was thinking about one thing that really struck me was the discussion that was had after Greg's paper about the problems of, I mean, if this kind of queer art history or queer agenda is about celebrating and bringing to light dynamics that have been suppressed in the past, and that we should celebrate as being sort of liberatory, what do we do with the problem of sex tourism to Morocco? And what do we do with those kind of issues around, you know, people that we want to think of as queer pioneers also going to Morocco and buying the sexual favors of boys? And this seems very pertinent if you think about someone like Wildblood, who for a long time was being presented as being a kind of one of the pioneers of the homosexual rights movement, you know, being one of the first people to stand up and say, I'm a homosexual, I demand to be part of society, I'm not a pervert, I can be integrated into this social vision. But at the same time, the way that he does that is by throwing everybody else under the bus. So he throws the glandular inverts under the bus, the people, you know, that we might think more of as kind of transestors, they get thrown under the bus. He also bisexual working class men, the kind of men that he was picking up in Piccadilly Circus, he reverses that around as well, and he says, the men that I picked up in Piccadilly Circus, I was their victim. I was the real homosexual who couldn't express himself because society didn't allow me to express my sexuality. These men who were quite straight or normal or bisexual, they pounced on me to get money because they could see the need that I had, and then they kind of cynically exploited that, which is a complete reversal of the privilege system, whereby Wildblood has the money and has the influence and can be the kind of dominant partner in that kind of situation. So I think the take home from the thing for me from this morning is the problem. I guess it's a kind of intersectional problem when you bring in issues of race and class. What does that do to those more simplistic narratives of queer liberation and the celebration of queer people for their queerness, when in fact their class and their race creates a whole load of different privileges and different structures of power that also need to be explored? Yeah.
Can I just add one very quick thing there? That the diary, the diary with the photo of the meat rack from '63. So the person who wrote that was a civil servant so he was middle class. So he has some privilege, but he's not, you know, super rich. And he gets beaten up regularly by people who he meets or takes back home. And he is genuinely really scared of a lot of the men that he has sex with. So it's, again, in no way do we want to negate a serious engagement with issues of abuse. But another way to reframe this is to think, you know, British society was basically, and its laws were so abusive that they were forcing people into all sorts of situations that some of them reveled in and some of them really didn't. Where actually, you know, and sometimes the abuse is actually in weird ways going both ways in relation to everyone who is there. And it's ways of disentangling all of that in ways which, you know, as we've said, then become even more complicated, where you have racial othering and ethnic othering and so forth. So I do think it's very interesting. One other thing we haven't also talked about is the eroticization of power relations and the eroticization of money, actually. So there's another whole separate thing, which is where the commodities and the fetishism actually comes together, which is basically where the money itself actually becomes a turn on. And that's just to kind of nudge capitalism back into this deconstruction of class and race as well.
Sim, a gente tem tem duas perguntas do público, na verdade, mas eu acho que elas podem ser.
Now we have two questions from the audience, but I think I can summarize them into just one question, and this is going to be our last question today. Thinking about the photographs from the automatic booth, from the photomat, is that a way to control the artist? Because you do not have another person behind the camera. So is that a way of escaping from a portrait made by someone else? I mean, also because perhaps this kind of media is not so known by him, you know, by his practices. Dominique, would you like to make a comment about this?
Sorry, I was rather expecting that Richard was going to be a photo boothing this one. Richard, do you want to go first, and then I can?
Pode ser.
Yeah, I think what's interesting about the photo booth is that it makes you you control yourself. It's about whether you submit to doing the kind of photography that you're supposed to do in it, which, you know, we know what we do when we go in a photo booth. We know how to pose, and it's always kind of replicating a kind of Mona Lisa smile, where you don't want to be smiling because that would be an inauthentic display of an emotion. But at the same time, you don't want to look like a criminal. Roland Barthes once wrote that the photo booth always made you look like a criminal in a mugshot. It's interesting to think that he's was gay as well. So there's some kind of dynamic around that, maybe. But that you always kind of want to be you don't want to be like that, but you also don't want to be a big goofy smile. So you go for something in the middle. And I think there's something around probably freeing for artists in that there isn't that. If you're doing self-portraits in the photo booth, then you don't have that controlling photographer. But then I'm just thinking about Andy Warhol, actually, in his photo booth portraits, not only of himself, but the way that he got all his friends, like Edie Sedgwick, to go in. And I'm wondering if he instructed them. I don't know enough about Warhol as an artist, but he was using the photo booth to photograph other people, which I think is an interesting kind of extra angle to thinking about the role of the photo booth within kind of fine art. Dominic, shall I hand to you?
Oh, yes. So the virtual mic. Yes. So I'm really glad that you brought up Warhol, because I'm also thinking about Polaroids. And so one big problem for, well, not just queer people, but people in general, was the general way of you had to get your photographs processed. And that means handing them in to authorities. There's a chain of called Boots, which is very well known in this country. And I remember as a kid, you'd take your film along and it would go in a little packet and it'd be developed by Boots. And there was basically you had to be very careful that you didn't photograph anything that might seem to be illegal, because otherwise they might trot along to the police with it. So in terms of being able to make images of yourself, there's an issue for queer people, for example, before Polaroids arrived, and Polaroids was rather expensive, by the way. The photo booth is very weird because in a way, it suddenly offers the opportunity of taking a photograph of yourself that it just gets developed automatically. The machine doesn't care, you know, on your sexuality. But on the other hand, the damn things are in public. And your legs are showing behind the little curtain when you actually sit down. So if someone like Bacon is uncomfortable in the photo booth, it's something about it sort of dangles that promise of a sort of liberation of, you know, kind of the auto photography, and yet it stops it. You still can't do it because. And I'm thinking here a little bit about the way the curtains go halfway down in the photo booth. Reminds me a little bit of the toilet stall doors that have that big gap at the bottom so that everyone can just check there's nothing unusual going in there. So there we go. I've managed to bring lavatories back into discussion with photo booths.
Legal. Talvez só para a gente terminar mesmo.
That's great. So now just for us to come to a closing, we discussed a few aspects and perhaps we could share a bit on that, just a final phrase or a final brief comment. There are many points of contact between your research, but there are methodological differences. I mean, Dominic operates in a more circular way around the work, and Richard would depart from the work. So maybe you could make a brief comment about the research of the other researcher before we end. Dominic, would you like to begin? Or Richard?
Okay, Richard, me, you.
I'll go first. I really like it. This is going to sound like a fanboy thing, but I really like the way that Dominic took I like the circularity of Dominic's paper and the layering and the nuances. I think where I probably went out and did one big loop, Dominic did lots of little loops, like the petals around a flower. But it was a much more complex image.
So I think what I always find really exciting and valuable about Richard's work, and it's work that has expansive horizons, is that I think context is really, really important. And sometimes we're so worried that, you know, we'll bring in stuff that's irrelevant, that actually the wider context gets sort of shelved. But actually, you know, even Francis Bacon, I mean, a large part of his life is not spent painting. A large part of it is spent drinking and doing all sorts of other things. And therefore, you know, the rest of the life of the artist, if we want to understand him and we want to understand his works, is really important. And I think that the papers that we've seen so far are all they're sort of layering in interesting ways onto each other. And you're getting that kind of sense of moments of deep focus into specific details. You know, there's a pair of shoes painted, you know, there's a dog running across whatever it is. And then pulling out to some much bigger areas of significance. And I think that really is the thing that I think is so valuable about what Richard has been doing.
Richard and Dominic, muito obrigado pelas apresentações. Queria agradecer também a todos.
Richard and Dominic, thank you very much for your presentations. I also want to thank the organizers and the whole team of the museum. This is very important for future research on the artist and also for our exhibit. Let me now give the floor to Matheus Andrade, who will mediate the next roundtable. Thank you.
Boa tarde, pessoal. Obrigado, Leandro, e aos participantes anteriores. Meu nome é
Good afternoon. Thank you, Leandro. I'm Matheus de Andrade, MASP curatorial assistant, and I will mediate the third table, Francis Bacon, The Beauty of Meat, with Rena Aria and Paulo Hergenhoff. Thank you, all of you, with us today. Before I introduce our guests, I would like to remind the listeners that a recording of this event will be available on MASP YouTube channel. And we have the original audio, we have simultaneous translation into English, and we have simultaneous translation into Portuguese. So 3 channels are available. Those of you who would like to receive a certificate, please use the link. These certificates are only issued for those who enroll using this link. I'd like to tell our listeners you can send in your questions in writing and they will be answered after the presentations. Each speaker will have 20 minutes and we will begin with Rena Aria talking about queerizing the opera. She is a professor of visual culture and theory at the University of Huddersfield. She has written extensively about Francis Bacon's paintings for the last 15 years, particularly interested in the theoretical perspective. So she has written about his expressions of homosexuality, religious aspects of his painting, and how space is mapped in his work. Her monograph, Francis Bacon Painting in a Godless World of 2012, was well acclaimed. She spoke at the London's Royal Academy in 2022 in the Men and Beast exhibition. Her paper, Bacon's Beasts, The Pathos of the Animal, is forthcoming in the British Art Journal. Welcome, Rena. One more time, thank you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me today. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about what I understand the term queer to mean. I wrote a paper about homosexuality in Bacon quite some time ago, and I've since revised my view, so I'll be looking at that today. Bacon was an audacious painter who depicted the raw splendour of the male body. Painting in an age when homosexuality was criminalised, Bacon portrayed male same-sex desire in various ways. Through the homoerotic gaze directed at athletic figures and the rendering of entwined wrestling figures, for example. Scholarship about sexuality and gender in Bacon's work has thus far discussed his representations, often in the social constraints that he was working under. And many of the speakers earlier today have addressed some of these concerns. References to queerness speak of his outsider status and the ways in which he managed that within his art and life. It should not come as a surprise that much less was professed about this subject in his day than in later scholarship, and in earlier days tended to be more confined to biographical writings. If we can move to the next slide, please. Another reading of his work presented here claims something more overarching when thinking about Bacon's work that goes beyond discussions about gender and or sexuality. It marks a departure from reading queer with its erstwhile pejorative overtones as meaning same-sex or homosexual to actually looking at queer in a different way, in its reappropriation as a theory which problematizes heteronormative categories. One method of doing this is to introduce this key idea of ambiguity, meaning that we're not often clear what we're even looking at in Bacon. A closer look at Bacon's paintings show that while there are identifying features in his paintings, such as figures that are of or about a particular person, insofar as they refer to named people, for example, and of bodies that have parts that may form a discourse on gender, his overall preoccupation was much more fundamental, with much more fundamental concerns that elude any simple opposition between the binary categories of male and female, and even more generally, binary categories. Bacon was driven to capture a sense of the bodily, which he does with respect to the relationship between flesh and bone and form and formlessness. Bacon's was an art of a meeting of opposites, where at the point of meeting, a collapse is initiated. He wanted to animate the body to its greatest point of vitality, which is also the point at which the body falls apart, dissolving into powdery ether. And conversely, he wanted to enliven the shadow in its palpable vitality. In my talk today, I'll be addressing both senses of queer and will argue for the continued relevance of Bacon's paintings in contemporary discussions about gender and sexuality. Can we move to the next slide, please? So, as I said a moment ago, there's the first sense of queer as a descriptive term with pejorative connotations. And today what I'll be looking at is this reappropriated sense that problematizes heteronormative categories and collapses a binary way of thinking. So the crux of my talk really is that in Bacon's work, we're looking at a collapse of binary categories. The male nude, so looking at the first sense now, the male nude made its appearance in Bacon's work in the early 1950s during a time when homosexuality was criminalised. Depictions of the homoerotic were surreptitious, a scene through the lens of exercise, of men exercising in parks, for instance. Open-air venues in London were sites of display. As Matt Holbrook discussed, and I quote, "The ponds became a place where men could see and be seen, a site of public culture that valued the strength and beauty of the male body." Next slide. Bacon's study of a nude depicts the pose of a diver in its taut musculature and shows the influence of the painter Thomas Eakins. Painting during the 19th century, Eakins innovated portraiture and took it out of the drawing room into the open air, into the of streets and parks. The Swimming Hole, 1884 to 1885, for example, features Eakins' finest study, one of his finest studies of male nude forms as they dive, swim and lounge by the pool. Popular culture magazines owned by Bacon, such as Picture Post, provided an outlet for the display and consumption of bodies. Other paintings in this vein include Study from the Human Body, 1949, and Study for Crouching Nude, 1952. And they're similar to this painting, not simply in respect of the delineation of aesthetic prowess of the male body, but also the anonymity of the figure who's turned away from the viewer. Faceless and impersonal, this defined the clandestine nature of male same-sex encounters in Bacon's cultural milieu. There is a tangible sense of isolation in these works, as exemplified, for instance, in the isolation of the figure in the dark void in this particular painting. Bacon, like many others in this situation, experienced a sense of drift in his life, which he described as part of his nomadic nature. His biography testifies to this. Expelled by his father from the family home at 16 after being found wearing his mother's underwear, the young Bacon moved to London, travelled to Berlin, then Paris, a pattern of roaming that characterised much of his life. The interiors of his room in paintings are unmistakably stark and impersonal, suggestive of hotel rooms, and convey something of the approach to life that Bacon adhered to, or one that he was forced to contend with in such an era. This makes the few personal narratives in his work all the more poignant, move to the next slide, please. So this is 3 studies of figures for on beds, and the next slide. The black triptychs, of which this is an example, were made to memorialise the death of Bacon's lover, George Dyer, on the 24th of October 1971, the eve of Bacon's show at the Grand Palais in Paris. Painted between 1972 and June 1973, these triptychs were uncharacteristic of the work in that they were illustrative and portrayed specific events that led up to Dyer's death and served as an outlet of catharsis, an outlet for Bacon's feelings. Now, Bacon was known for his antithetical views about narrative painting, but exceptions do emerge, such as in this example, where we can see that he was exploring loss, the event of which occurred in the anonymity of a hotel room. Next slide. Another exception to the reference of the personal was the papal paintings, which were largely concentrated in the 1950s and can be explained with recourse to a psychoanalytic reading. Bacon conflated the symbolic father with his own father. His portrayals of the popes with their wide open mouths, in regalia that resembles fancy dress, confined in airless spaces, are attempts to destroy his divine authority, itself symbolic of emasculation, in retribution for the treatment that he underwent by his father. In interviews and biography, we learn that Bacon expressed ambivalence towards his father. He experienced rejection. His father favoured his brother and despised Francis's sickly nature. Bacon now had the opportunity to reverse this power dynamic, and in his representations gave him an outlet to end the papal order. And I quote, "The regime of masculinity is revealed as, in the end, a murderous violence. The figure of the father, everyone's father, yours, mine, not the real father, but the image or force behind him, is contemplated in the form of a supreme power that is vanquished by the son." Amongst the most widely discussed paintings within the context of same-sex desire in Bacon's work are 2 figures, next slide please, and 2 figures in the grass, which is the next slide. They portray what Bacon described as couplings, that is, 2 figures entwined, which he would continue to paint in various forms in ongoing decades. Influenced by Michelangelo's voluptuous nudes and Muybridge's photographs of wrestlers taken in 1887, these bold paintings are highly suggestive. We move to the next slide. We see a leaf taken from a book found in Bacon's studio. Muybridge's photographs provided a vocabulary of forms for Bacon. We go to the next slide. We see direct influence, 2 wrestlers after Muybridge. If we can go back 3 slides, please, to 2 figures. 2 more and 1 more. Thank you. So commentators, when talking about 2 figures and 2 figures in the grass, have asked whether the figures, have debated whether the figures are wrestling or lovemaking or perhaps both. There is a sense of the illicit about the looking, especially through the blurring of the faces. In 2 figures, vertical striations echo the curtained background and slice through the heads, simultaneously diffusing and activating the embrace. Gregory Salter speaks of a sense of the moment of male intimacy being wrenched into public view while retaining the basic elements of a private space. He also talks about how the viewer is positioned on the threshold as both witness and intruder. The explicit nature of these 2 works meant that they were treated with caution for a large part of Bacon's career. The gallerist, Erica Browson, did not feature them during exhibitions in a Hanover gallery in London. In fact, it was only recently, in 2019, that these works were seen publicly at the exhibition of Bacon's couplings at the Gagosian in London. After Two Figures in the Grass, Bacon would return to the subject in 1967, the same year of the partial decriminalisation of homosexuality, with Two Figures on a Couch in 1967, and soon after, Two Figures with a Monkey. We move on to the next slide, and next slide after, and one more after that. Sorry, one more after that. Next slide. Thank you. The couplings have been interpreted narratively as suggestive of the passion and often violent relationship that Bacon had with his lovers, especially Peter Lacey and George Dyer. Two 2016 saw the publication of the second catalogue raisonné, the first being in 1964. A pertinent finding in this recent catalogue raisonné is the discovery of paintings of female nudes from the late 1950s to the 1960s that questioned the claim about Bacon's almost exclusive focus on the male nude. His paintings of female nudes, in fact, exceeded his coupling male figures. It also redressed prevailing notions that his depictions of women were exclusively via portraiture. Bacon had a number of female friends whom he sought to capture in their likeness, which included Muriel Belcher, the proprietor of the Colony Rooms, where Bacon went drinking, Isabel Rawthorne, and Henrietta Moraes. In painting portraits, Bacon wanted to capture what he described as the essence of a person. He was very clear about this intention to almost exclusively painted portraits of people that he knew intimately, whether as friends or lovers. Knowing the person enabled him to portray aspects of a deeper sense of appearance that would otherwise have been impossible if he didn't know the person as well. In the 1960s, he painted a number of lying or reclining figures that were of Henrietta Moraes, who was an artist model photographed by John Deacon in 1962 to 1963. So in the next slide, we have lying figure, and the slide following, 1961, nude. Among the paintings of reclining or lying or turning figures that Bacon painted during this time, several of them are indeterminate with respect to their gender identity. The term often used is androgynous. And this seems to be a theme that he started to explore in the 50s. One of these examples is Lying Figure, 1959. If we can move on to the next slide. And the next slide after that. So this is an example of a work that's regarded as androgynous, and we see that the figure has elements of musculature and also elements of the female form, and has long hair, and it's difficult to see the face. But this is one of several works at the time that was regarded as being indeterminate, really, when it came to gender. But the discovery of these paintings of female nudes is really important because it tells you that it counters evidence that Bacon seemed to suffer from what was described as a glazing of vision when he looked at anything other than the male body. At this juncture, it's fair to conclude that Bacon does explore gender in his portrayals. And, you know, it's true that he was more drawn to the male body as subject, which was evident in his source material and his depictions. But if we step back from this vantage point, there's another reading that coheres with his existentialist stance and is more in line with a queer reading that problematizes not only gender identity, but ontological certainty. And this is the view that I take. This is the view that I hold. In Bacon's day, his paintings of the male nude were viewed differently to how they are perceived in the contemporary. This is not an unusual fact. Times change, and this brings different social attitudes. In the contemporary cultural landscape, a different reading of Bacon's art can be presented, and is one which reads ambiguity, not in terms of the surreptitious, of the question of what lies beneath the veil, but instead as a way of problematizing binaries and categories altogether. This queer reading chimes with contemporary concerns about gender and sexual identity. My argument is that the ambiguity that we're seeing in Bacon can be construed in terms of a strategy deployed within queer theory. It's not always apparent that we are able to identify what we're looking at in Bacon, as it often defies categorization. Many of his works are of the human, and yet they're very unfamiliar. Bacon articulates the human condition in paint. What we can say with some degree of certainty is that we are confronting the human condition, which for Bacon meant the depiction of the vital force of flesh, something that could not be preserved or contained, and threatened to disrupt any attempts to do so. Before looking at this reading in Bacon, in the context of his paintings, an overview of queer theory is useful. Informed by the work of theorists and thinkers like Michel Foucault and Jacques Derrida, queer theory emerged in the 1990s through the work of people like Judith Butler. It has as a central objective the dismantling of heteronormative thinking that conceived of gender categories in terms of the male and female binary, with heterosexuality as the default. And with this, the reappropriation of queerness as a term of positive self-identity. This allows for a more fluid understanding of gender identity, and one that is not determined by binary identification. Queer theory examines the way in which gender and sexuality are constructed and how these constructions shape power relations. Bacon works in this vein insofar as he reconfigures representational norms. The subversion of conventions of representation in his aesthetic mean that we, the viewer, have to learn how to read the body as they don't behave in ways that we expect them to. Furthermore, as Ernst van Alphen testifies, objects don't behave according to the laws of nature in Bacon's universe, which means that we can't rely on signs and codes to ground our understanding of the figure. In Bacon's world, spaces are ambiguous. Doorways do not always mark a partition between two states. Mirrors don't reflect, lamps don't illuminate. This enhances the overall sense of fluidity and disorientation where our senses are confounded. Fluidity is central to Bacon's depiction of the body. His bodies are inherently unstable. They are in various stages of deliquescence, articulating the tension between bone and flesh. Various metaphors and descriptions have been used of Bacon's figures to convey this precarious relationship. John Russell speaks of figures wrapped round and round itself like barley sugar. Bone gives structure to flesh, but flesh in its pulsating vitality threatens the structure. We have already seen some examples of paintings discussed earlier in my talk, such as Study of a Nude, where the body is in a state of intactness. This describes one end of a scale that ends with what Michel Liris describes as the indefinable form of the figures, which in some cases seem to lose their bone structure to become strange fluxes or whirls of matter. If we go back one slide, Nude 1961 falls into this category. The body is disintegrating into a molten form. The term fragment sometimes is apposite when we're looking at Bacon's paintings, where they're either of the body or a body fragment. In discussion of three studies for a crucifixion of 1962, if we move on to the next slide, and the next slide. Arthur Danto states of this painting, by this stage in his development, Bacon had begun to treat his figures virtually as viscera, as lumps and gobbets and tubes of flesh not easily identified anatomically, pink and red and white, as if his subjects were what was left behind when skin and bone was removed. So shapeless are they, as piles and puddles of scraped and squeezed paint, that one is grateful at times for the mouths, as dentated wounds serve as some point of orientation. The disintegration of flesh into meat, as told in this portentous painting, is either enacted or foretold in each of the panels. So in the first panel, we see the two figures interpreted as gravediggers, and they look out to the viewer. The presence of two chopped bones lurk in the foreground. We come to a misshapen bodily form comprised of pairs of limbs in the central panel, which could be figures entwined. The white sheets are blood spattered. The third panel features the carcass of a body sliding down a chute, its ribcage exposed, agony written on the face. A pool of flesh collects. Gilles Deleuze refers to the bodies without organs in Bacon, by which he meant that the body doesn't conform to the structural certainties that one would expect within an organic being. It is a metaphorical way of describing the body as freed from the conventional constraints of operating. The vitality of the body cannot be contained and seeks an exit. As Deleuze puts it, sensation takes on an excessive and spasmodic appearance, exceeding the bounds of organic activity. Bacon's challenge to the traditions of figuration were born out of his belief about the limitations of depicting living being on a two-dimensional surface. He deployed distortion to disrupt the single viewpoint, a reminder of the turbulence of the body. The turbulence causes bodies to overflow whatever borders they have. Next slide. And we see this vividly in Portrait of John Edwards, where bodily matter is leaking from his left foot, where it collects with such palpability that it threatens the organizational structure of the body, raising the question, where does the body begin? Where does it end? We see something similar in the next slide. The opacity of these shadows, these areas of overspill, confuse because they're actually more tangible and more vivid than parts contained in the body itself. The fluidity of the environs, where objects do not adhere to their instrumental functioning, further contributes to a sense of alienation. The tussle between bone and flesh in Bacon contributes to the unbounded sense of his figures that are in various stages of collapse. And this is what makes his paintings highly visceral. In Bacon's existential framework, the human is meat. Another binary that Bacon overcame in his work is that of the human and animal. Bacon's unremittingly materialist stance and belief is that there is nothing beyond the human life. There is nothing beyond life. And he levelled the human with the animal. Deleuze describes the depth of the connection between these two entities in Bacon, which he argued is not an arrangement of man and beast, not a resemblance. It's a deep identity, a zone of indiscernibility more profound than any sentimental identification. The man who suffers is a beast, the beast that suffers is man. Bacon drew on the philosopher Georges Bataille's concept of base materialism in his development of the human-animal proximity, and depicts the pathos of the animal that suffers and the lowliness of the human, who is stripped from his position of assumed superiority. One of the most strident ways of showing the zone of indiscernibility between the two is through the mouth. For in moments of extreme emotion, the human mouth is contorted in such a way that it gives rise to an experience of the animal. The most vivid instantiation of this is in paintings of the popes. In paintings like Study After Velasquez that we saw earlier on, the Pope, a figure of great divine authority, is undone by a cry that shatters any illusion of his symbolic power and places him in a grip of feeling so intense that the only expression of it brought him close to the beasts. One of the reasons why Bacon's work is so disquieting is because of the indeterminacy of categories. We often don't know what we're looking at, and this was actually the starting point for my love affair with Bacon. It was one of the only painters that I wasn't able to work out exactly what was going on. And our inability to place what he's doing and what we're seeing can be deeply alienating. If we move to the next slide. One of Bacon's earliest works and most well-known paintings, Three Studies for Figures at the Base of a Crucifixion, is one such example, which contains forms that evade grasp. The biomorphic forms display characteristics of both animal and human, at times imperceptibly, which evokes conflicting emotions. The animal augments the terror, and the human elements heighten the sense of tragedy. Their presence in the group show at the Lefebvre Gallery following the end of the war were incongruous. Compared to the hope-filled contributions of fellow artists, these creatures caused a sense of consternation, as John Russell put it, because they were not understood, less still identifiable. What my talk has shown today is how Bacon disrupts categories in order to make substantive points about his perspective of reality. In his depictions, he deploys not figuration nor abstraction, but a third term, the figural, to convey the sensation of the figure without the representation of the figurative. This movement of the figure defies any attempt to illustration and conveys instead the spasmodic forces of the body, the libidinal energies that characterize the spirit of the flesh. Bacon's figures are neither human nor animal, but an amalgam, a becoming animal. The ontological question of the animal constituents of the human are more fundamental then to the question of being than conceptions of gender or sexuality. It is true that Bacon explores questions of gender and sexuality in his constructions of couplings, for example, of same-sex desire, some of the works that we've looked at earlier. But his preoccupations are far more overarching and existential. The desire and violence of two figures or two figures in the grass invite meditations of the theme of eros and thanatos, sex and death. And I'll end there. Thank you very much.
Muito obrigado, professora Rina, pela excelente apresentação.
Thank you very much, Professor Rina, for this excellent presentation. We will soon talk to you again. I'd like to invite our audience to send us your questions in writing over YouTube so that we can have them answered. Let us now hear from Professor Paulo Herknofs about Francis Bacon and the beauty of meat. He was curator of the 24th Art Biennial in Sao Paulo, bringing the work of Francis Bacon 25 years later, again in the Sao Paulo Biennial. He is also chair at the Institute of Advanced Studies of the University of Sao Paulo, and he was honored in 2015 with the Great Cross of the Order of Cultural Merit. In addition, he's a former cultural director of MAR, the Museum of Art in Rio de Janeiro, between 2013 and 16. Professor Herkenhoff, thank you for being with us, and you have the floor. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all of you. Now, I would like to talk about the idea of Francis Bacon the cannibal, because in face of such great experts and scholars of Francis Bacon work, my strategy was to consider him under a Brazilian point of view. So a partition between cannibalism and phenomenology. As was mentioned, I was a cultural director of the 24th Biennial of Sao Paulo, discussing anthropophagy and its bias as social cannibalism in the arts. Adriano Pedrosa, today the director of MASP and the director of Venice Biennial, he was the assistant curator of the 4 catalogs of that exhibit. Can we see the first image, please? Now, this first painting, it has already been shown and discussed by more than one of our speakers here today. It was painted in 1946, does not have a title, it's only painting. And I believe it is an allegory, not really a teleological allegory, but this is what Bacon would see coming from the war. And he is under the umbrella because he seeks protection and shelter. As we saw here during the discussions, this is because he wants to be protected from the pressure for being a homosexual in the conservative British society of that time, and at the same time believing that death is waiting. Well, that's represented by the animal carcass. We can see a clear reference to Rembrandt and other painters. So it brings to the fore what here in Brazil we called anthropophagy as a cultural concept. Now, how can we think about Francis Bacon painting in face of this anthropophagy based on this Brazilian concept of anthropophagy and cannibalism? First, where do these two words come from? Anthropophagy. This is the scholarly way of problematizing, that is, it's a mix between anthropos, the Greek term, anthropos as men, not as male, but human being, and phagus, which is to eat. On the other hand, cannibalism comes from Caribbean, so an ethnicity that originated from Cuba, and it was one of the first peoples of the Americas to be extinct by European settlers in the 16th century. So, as we see this meat being crossed by philosophy in Bacon, this image reminds me of 2 philosophers. After the Renaissance, immediately after the Renaissance, these 2 philosophers tried to interpret cannibalism in America after America was discovered by Columbus, Michel de Montaigne and Francis Bacon. In their essays, Book 1, Chapter 31 of the Cannibals, the French philosopher Montaigne said that cannibalism was revenge against the enemies. It was not a diet or they were not eating the enemy because they starved. They were eating the enemies because the enemy had killed their families, their relatives. So this was a symbolic ritual that would bring together 2 enemies. Now, in Montaigne's essay, he compared cannibal violence. So he said that cannibal violence had piety. Why? Because the victim was killed instantly by a strike in his head and was not tortured as in Europe. So then he comes to the conclusion that each society has its own values. This was Montaigne's conclusion, a first definition of how culture is relative. Now, the British philosopher Francis Bacon, who lived many years before the painter, he said, it's not what we eat, but it is what we digest that will make us strong. Now, this is the principle of anthropophagy. It is not what we use as a model to be devoured. aesthetical model to be devoured. It is how we digest, it is what we do with that model that becomes significant. Of course, both Bacon and Montaigne, both philosophers, had that endemic view of the world. Francis Bacon, the philosopher, advocated that human flesh was not to be eaten, because this act would be equivalent to assassination. It would equal crime and sin. Further on, Francis Bacon, the philosopher, said that those who want their friends to tell them secrets, they are also cannibals of their friends' hearts. So Francis Bacon, the philosopher, already displaced this to the faction front. Here in Sao Paulo, in the biennial exhibit, we had Dom Addis, and his work was very important to show how Eisenstein, Muybridge, Velázquez, Manet, Van Gogh, among others, they had been appropriated by Francis Bacon and his paintings. Now, he explained that in a text that was available in the 24th biennial. Now, back to Montaigne and Francis Bacon, the philosophers. The catechesis also helped prepare labor, indigenous labor. So priest Vieira, in his Sermon of the Holy Spirit, priest Antonio Vieira, he said to the Jesuits who were going from the coast to the Amazon. Priest Vieira came from Portugal, and we can tell he was the first great Brazilian scholar. And he said, but if the wild animals can be used by human nations, and God and St. Peter wants these nations to teach and convert them, how can he say that they must be killed and eaten? So this is perhaps the first time cannibalism is discussed philosophically in the Brazilian society. And priest Vieira continues, he said, yes, because if you want to convert a beast into a man, you must kill it and eat it. And so this is in the doctrine, killing and eating. We can see here that the identity of bodies is displaced. The identity of life bodies is displaced when you make this distinction between animal and man. And perhaps this will make Bacon, and perhaps, as Rina said, this would bring us back to Bacon in his fusion of man and animal. But going back to the Catholic catechesis, Catholics were against cannibalism of the indigenous. They said it was brutal, it was wild, it was perverse. However, they offered the body of Christ to these indigenous. They should eat the body of Christ in the symbolic ritual of the Eucharistia. So you see here a paradox. The paradox is that the indigenous people could better understand cannibalism than the Jesuits and other Eurocentric missionaries, because they did not admit any other possibilities of representation. And this paradox was represented by Adriana Varejão in her diptych, Proposal for Catechesis. Now, in the European tradition of representing cannibalism in the Americas, beginning from Hans Steiner, who lived here, who lived with cannibal indigenous on the coast of Rio de Janeiro, Sao Paulo. So when Hans Staden published his book of memories, and it became a bestseller, there were 3 editions of his book in only 3 years. But then, well, we had the French and Theodore Debris, who wrote the first Corpus Cannibalicus, published in Europe. That was Theodore Debris when he studied the world, and when he wrote The Peace in America, he represented a number of scenes showing cannibalism in Brazil. Now, following this tradition, Albert de Cauchy, who was a painter of the Company of Western Indies, directed by Maurício de Nassau, he represented Brazilian mixed races using 4 couples. 2 were indigenous couples. As we can see here, Tarairiu, Tapuia indigenous people. This is a lady from this group, and you also have the male indigenous representation. And also this one, male and female Tupi indigenous people. Can you go back, please? The Tapuia indigenous people were considered fierce. They wanted to defend their territory, and their fierceness is connected to this idea of anthropophagy. You see this woman, she has a basket with something inside, as if it were part of her food, as if it were provisions for her family. You can also see that she's representing a pose of sexual offering. If you see between her legs, there are indigenous Tapuia, indigenous, and they are warriors. They're warriors at war. On the left-hand side, you have a broken plant, and it was broken by force. And between her legs, there is an animal, a fierce animal, drinking water. And water is also a symbol of this sexuality I mentioned. Shall we move to the Tupinambá image? Look at the woman. The Tupinambá indigenous people were considered peaceful. They were used as workers in agriculture. You can see in the back, there is a plantation, and this woman has fruit in her basket, and she carries a baby. Also, she is covered by clothes. You can see a banana tree and a white stain beside her leg. And this was cut by a knife, so showing civilization. But according to anthropologist Ronald Raminelli, the Tapuia tribe, can you go back 1 slide, please? So the Tapuia tribe, these were fierce indigenous, but they were not cannibal. Whereas the Tupi tribe, they were peaceful, as I mentioned. They welcomed the settlers, but they were cannibals. So here, there are 2 questions that come up, which I believe are important. First, the idea that wild flesh, the wild flesh that you see in Bacon's paintings, and according to what we just heard from Rina, the mix and the opposition between animal and human, I believe that in Bacon's work, you have an indication of humane animality. I mean, that human also has a fleshy animality, because these were bodies that had the same physical feelings, pain, fear, etc. But we can take one step further and begin to think about deep flesh. And now we are in the 19th century, thinking based on Linda Knockling, her essay, Body in Pieces. So we're thinking that the body in pieces is a sign of modernity. So these traces, these carcasses, these pieces that you can see, and you don't know if these pieces of meat belong to humans or animals. This is, again, this body in pieces. So we could also think that at that time, Europe is already thinking, is no longer thinking about representing the cannibalism of the other. Goya was the last painter to think about cannibalism as something of the Americas.
However, we're looking at European mythical cannibalism with painters such as Ike, Goya, Chevenard, Carpo, and it reaches its peak with the top of Hell's Door by Rodin, which is spearheaded by the image of the thinker. He's facing inwards. This is clear image of Hugolin, the master of Pisa, in Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, who is seen as a monarch that has betrayed its people, and that's why he was condemned to devour his children. His 3 children and himself were put in a tower, a closed space with no food. They were starving. The youngest ones died before because they needed more food and more protein. On the 20th century, the idea of psychology had already emerged. Psychiatry had emerged. The idea of a psyche and psychoanalysis, while cannibalism stopped being a condition of the others, the exotic, and as a metaphor, it started being seen as a condition of human desire. In art, this subject becomes an irony. The Cannibale magazine, Dadaism by André Breton, and moving forward, we see that cannibalism became a condition of a subject for psychoanalysis by Freud in 1912. It's about the incestuous desire of boys, the rebellion of children against their parents, against the father that has the monopoly over the women's tribes. That's Freud's primitivism, and therefore they will kill their parent, their father. Louis Bourgeois, that had conflicts with their father in 1974 after his father had passed. 12 years later, she produces this work, The Destruction of the Father, in the São Paulo biannual exhibit. This work was close to Bacon's, and along with the Tiradentes painting by Pedro Américo, which is the hero of independence in Brazil, historical cannibalism, and other situations. In the Dadaism way of cannibalism in Brazil, we witnessed in 1928 the Anthropophagy magazine, an initiative by poet Osvaldo de Andrade, who was married to painter Tarsila do Amaral. This is a summary of the theory of anthropology. we can see that desire is somehow distorted, and to a certain extent, we can see this in conversation with the distortions of bodies in Bacon's work. The main reason for anthropophagy was, I'm only interested in what is not mine. The aesthetics of anthropophagy had a clear objective, which was to look for autonomy, independence of Brazilian art with regards to aesthetic imported models. As Oswald would put it, that's why we needed to metabolize all influences and qualities from other cultures and transform everything into our own national language. The manifesto also took a stance against Freud and his way of registering or recording this cyclic reality and therefore castrating it, and thinking that anthropophagy per se did not have a hall of images of history of art that would be copied, and did not have a model of an art hero. It would see a timely back and forth because anthropophagy would be an invention. Each artist was to develop their own concept, and therefore anthropophagy would comprise many artists such as Lydia Oiticica, composer Caetano Veloso, Clarice Lispector, Glauber Rocha, and Celso Martinez. In Abaporu by Tarsila do Amaral, we see the man who eats. That's what it means in the Tupi language. Now, as we look at this picture, one of the three pictures in the crucifix, this might remind me of Saint John, of Christ's crucifixion, which is nothing more than a fierce phallus. We've got a dented vagina. Instead, here we see a dented phallus. The biggest relation between Bacon and Brazilian art, as far as I can see, and the way I put it in the São Paulo biennial exhibit, was through Arthur Barrio artist. We had what we called contaminations in the biennial exhibit. At a certain space inside Bacon's room, at the bottom, there was a glass door where this bloody tissue was by Barrio. Barrio is an artist that is from the 60s. He saw the dictatorship in 64 in Brazil, an institutional act in Brazil that did away with habeas corpus in 68. He's from the same generation as Cecilio Meirelles, Tonga, and others. Barrio therefore proposes this work with this bloody cloth, which is basically a large volume where you can see everything: cotton, urine, feces, trash, menstrual blood, nails, hair, and so forth. He ties it all up, and back in the violent days, people would call this the hem. Hem was the name people gave to someone who was murdered by the police or by the army. They were put inside bags, they were tossed on the street, and people would call this the human hem. Here we see cultural activism by Barrio in the city of Belo Horizonte. He collects some of these bags and he tosses them by the river, by a stream, exactly the way police officers and military personnel would do during the dictatorship times. This was quite controversial. The population was afraid of touching this. They would call the police. Here we got investigators looking at the work of art, and all they find were this radical opposition elements, opposition to dictatorship. Now, with regards to perception phenomenology, in the essay L'Esprit by Ponty from the 60s on the body that sees and the visible body that are simultaneously facing each other, it seems to be pertinent to consider those concepts as we look at Bacon's work. Merleau-Ponty was essential for Brazilian neo-concretism movement that introduced different aspects of subjectivity of the artist or the audience in the experience of the concrete work. Merleau-Ponty would quote a verse by Paul and would say that the painter lends its body to the painting. We can therefore consider that he lends his body as a material symbol of the painting, as living flesh, and lends his viscera to his madness. Moving towards the end. Still on that note, the set of discussions on the concept of anthropophagy and its intersections with cannibalism, may it be social or different possibilities on it, we can, of course, see the painting that has been shown already, two figures, 1953, as homo affection was on the rise. But he calls this picture two figures. He doesn't really say two men. That may be because he internalized some sort of censorship. Louis Bourgeois had great trouble in tackling issues regarding homosexuality. And that's why in his book, in his paper actually, on a book on Bacon, this is not mentioned. However, one could think that there is a Brazilian interaction between homo-affective Bacon with O Bom Crioulo from 1985, book by Adolfo Caminha, which was a scandal back in the day, because that was the history of a white man that got married to a black boy. That was slavery society. The end of slavery had been announced, but this was still a slave country, so that was a scandal. And now 50 years later, Pierre Verger uses his camera in an attempt of licking naked bodies of black men in the state of Bahia, or in Africa, or in the state of Rio de Janeiro. One could also think of Alair Gomes with his pictures that were taken, pictures of almost naked men in the beach of Ipanema or Helio Otisica. Turning towards desire makes us think of a new point. Francis Bacon, the melancholic cannibalist. Louis Bourgeois wrote that Bacon did not look at things, as it was mentioned before, but he looked at everything from his own desire. If Bacon saw the light of flesh through the black sun of melancholy, such as the Nerval poem states, or through his own brush that would touch the living flesh in paintings. Pierre Fididar would treat or would look at this drama that was lived by him and that we can see in the themes and in the pictures of Bacon. The text dates back to 78, Le Cannibale Mélancolique, the cannibalist and the melancholic cannibalist. According to him, coitus, sexual intercourse, would be the most sublime way of putting together two bodies, and in the absolute encounter of these two bodies, a desire arises that this act should not end. And for the act not to end, there is the fantasy of devouring. Now, devouring the other, the object of your desire, is, however, announcing your own death. Therefore, sexual intercourse, coitus, and death are definitely intertwined in Bacon's work under Pierre Ferdinand's perspective. That's what I had to say. Thank you very much, Professor Paulo. We're now moving to our Q&A session. Once again, I would like to remind our audiences that we're going to have a final conference after this roundtable. Now, piggybacking on what Mr. Herkenkoff mentioned on Mr. Barrio's work, who reports on the violence of dictatorship and considering melancholy in the work of Bacon, I would like to invite Rina Aria and Paulo Herkenkoff to comment on how the bodies in Bacon can be a provocation in human nature, and how can that be some sort of scream, putting the observer as someone who's in the threshold of this very difficult relationship. Rina, would you like to begin?
Okay, thank you. I think one of the key things about Bacon that people often get confused about really is that his work isn't meant to be, although it's kind of, there's a lot of gore and violence, it was very clear that it's not meant to be sort of violence for violence sake or sensationalized as such. The violence really came out of the way he handled paint. So it was an affront in a way to representation. And so in that respect, I think the provocation comes from what Bacon is trying to do, which I'll tie into what Barrio's doing, because that work is really apt for comparison, is to try and provoke viewers into thinking about representation, because we so used to seeing figurative representations or representations of bodies that are still. And what Bacon's trying to show is that bodies are in a perpetual sense of motion, so whether it's something involuntary motion or voluntary motion, like a hiccup. And this for him is a form of violence because it disrupts the stability of the body. So I think Bacon's work is really powerful for that reason. It's not kind of about kind of the horror and brutality of life as it stands, but it's this simple kind of yet really powerful idea that behind the representation, there's nothing. We can't preserve life. We are living beings, and death is a condition within life. It's not a state that follows life. So the violence comes from the realization that there's very little we can do about it. And the figural body in Bacon is very much one that is alive and about kind of the vitality of sensation. That's where the violence comes in. That's where the provocation comes in. And the comparison, say, with Barrio's work, for instance, with the blood packages, I think is is really apt, because that's what he was trying to do. And that way, it wasn't about kind of violence for violence sake, but it was very much about the encounter with, where audiences became part of the work. And yes, it was filled with kind of human waste and, you know, and loosely tied up, but it was very much about that sense of kind of engagement rather than, you know, the horror in what was contained. It was that idea of the interaction with is something that's very powerful in both their works.
Você quer comentar, Paulo?
Now,
Yes.
Paulo, do you have a comment? Yes. As opposed to what Rina mentioned, Louise Bourgeois, and I was friends with Louise and I visited their home. She speaks about a terrible brutality, but he was not a sadic. There was a movement of attraction and repulse. That is what she said. She has this vision of post-Euclidean geometry, and she uses that to analyze this painter. But as we have heard a lot about the need to say that he wanted to affirm himself as a homosexual, and society denied him the right to have the gesture that he wanted, to express himself in the way he wanted. I believe that when you talk about this, and when you apply these principles to Bacon queer, I think that for him, painting assumes the force of the oppressed. So the return of the oppressed. It is as if his unconscious would come to the fore, not consciously, but on the canvas, on his painting, because this is his body bones. When you explained, Rina, and you explained it so well, you know, the relationship between bone and flesh in Bacon, so this would be the return of the oppressed, because society oppressed and castrated him, comes back as a superior form of expression, which is the arts, a superior form of expression, because it is human, it is humanistic, it is superior because of its philosophical status, because of its aesthetical status, because it has an institutional power, as you know, seen in the museums, for example, and also because of the power of capital, the capital that is invested to buy these pieces of work, these works of art. And now, in conclusion, I would say that to me, Bacon leads me to what Wittgenstein, in his logical philosophical treatise, right at the introduction, when Wittgenstein said that when it is possible to say something using words, we must not try to go any further, because if we would go any further, we would enter the field of metaphysics. And in Bacon, you don't have metaphysics, you have a certain materialism in the Marxist sense of the word materialistic. So art, body, and history. So what he does is the ultimate resource to a possible speakability. I mean, it's the last point where you fight against the unspeakable of Wittgenstein. The unspeakable is this concept of Wittgenstein. For Bacon, It's his way. I mean, his painting is his way of showing, his way of making visible that body that lives. And we go back to the phenomenology of the body, you know, the living body, the lived body. That's it. So thinking about this response of the audience to Bacon's work and his participation in the biennial exhibit named Anthropophagy, can you tell us how the audience welcomed Bacon's art at that time in Brazil? I mean, today, 25 years later, you can see it in retrospective. So what was the effect on identitary speech or on the arts? And again, how can we project that to the future? How would his work be welcomed today if the biennial would be today? Oh, well, at that time, 25 years ago, the biennial exhibit, showed Brazil that everything could be easy. You can have everything. But this is not true. I mean, Bacon is not easy. Bacon is rare. The museums that have Bacon, they don't want to lend his work. The room we had for Bacon was not big. We had about 10 pieces, 10 works by Bacon, because it was very difficult to bring his works to Brazil. But some of his work that is showing more bodies than faces. I would say that if any of these works would come to Brazil, if any of these works that are paradigm, if they would come to Brazil, I would think in terms of pars toto. I mean, just one piece would be enough for us to understand all of his works. Only one piece would be enough for each one of us. I mean, it is not the number of works. It is not the quantity that makes this feeling of people who see Bacon's work, but it is the representation that each one can live as our own experience when looking at his work. Thank you, Professor Paulo. Now, so let us continue to think along the same lines, and this question goes to both of you, also to Rina. Today, what is the impact of Bacon's work in contemporary art? What is the effect in the work of other artists today? Rina, would you like to begin?
Thank you. I think Bacon is still very relevant today because his concerns are, you know, as I said in my talk, about the human condition, and that's something that's not going to go away. So I think his work has an ongoing pertinence in the way that the work of other artists might not anymore. And even though really that whole cult of the individual really has to some extent been displaced by other concerns within contemporary art, you know, when we think of the global terrain and the way in which art is discussed, you know, in terms of its sociopolitics and what have you. But I think, you know, there's a continuing sort of resonance about what Bacon was trying to do because of its fundamental questions. So I can't imagine a time where his concerns will be eclipsed because they are so very prophetic. You know, in the same way that, you know, Nietzsche was untimely, I think, you know, Bacon is always going to remain kind of very important. It was interesting to hear about Bacon within, say, the Brazilian context, to look at Bacon outside the British or European contemporary art to see kind of, you know, questions and ways of kind of framing him. But I'm kind of confident that his work and what he was trying to do is going to be of enduring relevance. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to add still about the Brazilian setting or the Brazilian context. We have a painter in Brazil. He died 30 years ago, Iberê Camargo. He does not have the same personal problems or the same personal drama as Bacon. He was a machist and many other differences. Somehow he was friends with the power, friends with army generals, always very close to the power. But there's something that goes beyond his political ideology, which is the top quality of his painting. And once Iberê, this painter, he said something about his own work, about his tragic and firm work, although abstract, extremely violent. And I think that Bacon also did the same thing. He did not come here to make the world more beautiful. And more, young artists, engaged young artists, they did not come here to make the world more beautiful. And Rina also mentioned that. They want to be touched by uncorrupted masters, masters that gave themselves, that donated themselves completely to their work. I'm talking about Inclus Artes Institute in Rio. And behind me, I have a gravure by Dalton de Paula, a great artist from Goiás State. And today, Inclus Artes Institute in the Gamboa, close to the port in Rio de Janeiro, he's showing Brazilian painter Márcia Falcão. And her exhibit at the Institute shows a fight of cockerels. And it is filled with violence because we see the animals fighting to death. And so it's very similar again, to Márcia Falcão's work. Without that influence, but she also paints flesh or meat. We still have a few minutes if Rina Aria has a question to Professor Paulo Herkenhoff, or if Professor Paulo Herkenhoff, has a question to Professor Rina Aria. And here we have one last question. How do you view the current debate in the history of the arts about decolonialism, ethnicity, and gender? I'm sure Paulo would like to speak about the Brazilian context, but maybe you, Professor Rina Aria, could speak about the European context.
Yes, I mean, decolonizing is really important, especially within the history of art. The history of art, as we've known it, is the history of Western art and has, particular traditions that have been kind of raised above others. And for myself as an academic of color, it's something that I've thought about long and hard, and to look at how we can sort of think about the notion of how we can think about artists that have been within the great canon. And I mean, I think of the way that students are taught art history now in the UK, which is much more about kind of thinking about political and contextual frameworks, less about partitioning artists off and looking at them kind of in and of themselves, and thinking about the context of their time, kind of the limitations they faced, and even this sort of very issue about thinking about what do we mean by queerness when we're thinking about Bacon. When I wrote my first paper on homosexuality in Bacon, I was very wedded to this idea of the queer gaze, looking at how Bacon expressed same-sex desire and sexuality. But now, when I was writing this talk for today, I was thinking about, well, what does that mean when we're thinking about fluidity of identities and these artificial social constructs that are anchored around an axiom of power. How do we unpick these? How do we see Bacon now? So it's very much about really grappling with these sorts of big questions in a global way. And I think we've made headway, but there's still kind of a long way to go. If that goes some way to answering the question. Thank you.
Obrigado. Professor Paulo quer comentar?
Thank you. Yes, Professor Herkenhoff. Well, I think, to me, decolonization in Bacon, I think I want to view that from the standpoint of a productive response to the violence of prejudice that he faced, the opacity, the exclusion that he faced because of his homosexuality. However, I think that when Bacon paints, he does not place himself as a victim. He has that will of power described by Nietzsche, the will of power. So that makes Bacon painter a non-victim. I mean, I'm not really an expert in Bacon. I do not really study these aspects of his life. But I have recently mentioned Dalton de Paula, a Brazilian painter from Goiás, in the center of Brazil, and using his own resources, he built this space, which is a school for Black young people. And so in that school, these young people can affirm their identity. And that is in the middle of the backlands in Brazil. And he calls that area the Black Backlands, because 99% of the young people studying in his school are Afro-descendants. And each one brings his or her own topics and interests. And in this process, I mean, for Dalton de Paula, I mean, I was there last week, and in that space, while I was talking to each one of the 20 young people there, I dedicated time to talk to each one of them, and there I could not see victims. No, I could see people who were taking on their capacity to speak. I learned that bad as omnipotence is the opposite feeling, impotence. The best is power. The best is potence, or the will of power, the possibility of possible. So contemporary artists today, I believe they have this mission to make possible what seemed impossible some time ago. So make possible the impossible. Thank you. I know I have just received information that we have a few more minutes. So we have 5 or 7 more minutes for your final considerations. Well, we live in a country without bacon. I don't know if there is a bacon in Brazil. I don't know if there is a bacon that could one day come to a Brazilian museum such as MASP. Because so far, historically, it has been very important for Brazilian arts to have the biennial exhibit here in Sao Paulo. Why? Because we can bring discussions from the world to Sao Paulo. And many times we had the opportunity to show the work of indigenous people, pre-Columbian works that had never been shown. So our biennial exhibit never had a racist position, but we always tried to show the racist aspect of Brazilian society. We had very few Brazilian Black artists, and Brazil needs paradigms, perhaps not to copy, but to create friction under the concept of anthropophagy. Anthropophagy is not the only explanation of Brazilian arts, but it can be an engine for imagination, a method. How can I eat? How can I devour without being a victim? How can I devour a racist work, a work done by the colonizers? I mean, all of these questions, they come up from a lesson we learned from Bacon. Be brave to say in pictures what you believe you must say in pictures. Be brave to show your arts in the way you believe it must be shown, in the aesthetics you believe in. Thank you, Professor Paulo.
Professor Rina, any final remarks?
No, not really. I think it's been a thoroughly enjoyable session, and to be paired with Paulo and to think about some of the questions raised. And I think what Paulo said about, even having one Bacon and one Bacon alone would suffice, insofar as each of his works just contributes so much, and it's too simplistic to say it kind of summarizes his themes, but it's just, he's such a powerful artist that I think looking at him in kind of many different aspects and seeing, learning more about kind of the biennial and the way he's been received has been great, really. So no final words, but it's really heartening to have this kind of global discussion, because all too often Bacon has been discussed within, say, a more narrow remit. So I found it thoroughly enjoyed today. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Nós que agradecemos.
We
Obrigado,
thank you. Thank you, Professor Rina Aria, Professor Paulo Herkenhoff. Thank you to our audience members. We're now moving on to our final conference, a conversation with Michael Pipiat, mediated by my colleague Laura Kuzende. I wish you all a great afternoon. Are we good to go? Laura, can you hear us? Give us 1 minute. Just checking if Laura is connected already.
Tudo certo. Bem, passo a palavra então para minha colega
Okay,
Laura.
we're good to go. The floor is yours, Laura Cozande. Thank you very much, Mateus. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laura Cozende. I'm an assistant curator at MASP. I will be mediating the final part of our seminar, a conversation with Michael Pipiat, writer, curator, and one of the main biographers of Francis Bacon. We'll be here for roughly 1 hour. And again, please make sure you join us in this conversation, sending your questions in writing using the chat and the Q&A tool. Our team will be collecting the questions. Michael Pipiat is a member of the Society of Authors and the Royal Society of Literature. He has curated numerous exhibitions, notably retrospectives of Francis Bacon and Alberto Giacometti, Francis Bacon, The Sacred and the Profane, Francis Bacon Studies for a Portrait 2021. He curated numerous exhibitions, notably, again, retrospectives of Francis Bacon and Alberto Giacometti in Europe and in the US. In 2004, he curated the exhibit Francis Bacon, The Sacred and the Profane. In 2006, Francis Bacon in the 1950s, which was shown at the Sainsbury Centre in Norwich. He recently curated the exhibit Francis Bacon Man and Beast at the Royal Academy of Arts. Michael, once again, thank you very much for joining us. Thanks for accepting this invite. The whole point of this conversation is to try and portray who this artist was. We saw different analysis and perspectives on him all throughout the day. And we should also consider your close relationship with the artist, since you two were friends and this friendship that lasted for decades. I'll be asking you some guiding questions, but I would love it to give the floor to you so you can talk about stories and anecdotes, comments that have to do with the topics we're talking about, and maybe talk about the artist's work itself.
Acho que, para começar, né?
So to kickstart our conversation, let's talk about the books you published on the work and the life of Francis Bacon. You met him in person, you lived together in the same city, you went to his workstation, which brings about more of an intimate perspective on this biography. So you do not only base your writing in facts, you wrote about the anatomy of the enigma, and you complemented that with another book in 2015. What are the differences between these two ways of presenting the artist in these two different books? How can these different approaches help us learn more about Bacon's work? Mr. Permeate, can you hear me? This is the translator.
Yes, I can. I've just been looking around all over the screen to find the interpretation. But I think I've got it now, do I?
Yes, if you can hear me, you're fine.
Then I'm fine.
Good.
What happens if I don't hear you?
Then you're gonna listen to the Portuguese version.
Right. Okay. Well, I think we better choose the English version, hadn't we?
That's correct, sir. Did you hear her question, though?
No, nothing.
Não, não está ouvindo nada. Repete a pergunta.
What else do I have to?
She will repeat the question, sir.
Yeah. No, I can't hear. It's very. What do I need to do? It's very, very faint.
I'm sorry. If you can hear me, you're fine. She's just going to repeat the question for you. You should be good to go.
Yes.
Yeah, you can choose. We have a broader interpretation below. You can choose click on it.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. What did you say?
We have a bar below called interpretation.
Can
you see it? The border below, right. You just have to choose in English.
I mean, I've got something that says English. Should I click again on that?
Yeah, you can click it, and then Laura will repeat the question. Okay.
All right. Well, I've done that.
Yeah, and Laura, can you repeat in Portuguese, please? And tell me if you are listening.
Claro. Eu fiz uma rápida introdução,
né? Michael, I just gave our audience a quick introduction on your work, on your papers, and maybe we can kickstart the conversation just by talking about your personal relationship with the artist, if that's okay for you.
This is very, very strange sensation because Laura's talking to me, and then I hear this man's voice coming over, but I'm sure I can get used to it. Do you feel changed, Laura? Something happening?
Oh, I don't know.
Pode falar em português, Laura.
Talk to me. I mean, can you just not ask the questions in your own voice? Because your English is excellent. No? Oh, all right.
She can. They have to speak in Portuguese. Sorry.
She can't,
I
sir,
see.
because of the
You've got
broadcast.
right.
We have to use the system, yeah.
Well, one gets used to most things. Let's go. So, what was the question?
Michael, nesses últimos livros,
So,
né?
Michael, in your two most recent books, the books you published on the life and the work of Francis Bacon, there is something particular about them. You knew the artist in person.
Yes.
You've been with him for decades. So you actually went to his workstation. You had a very close relationship with him, so you exchanged a lot of ideas. And because of that, these books, they have more of an intimate perspective as compared to other biographies. You don't only base yourself on facts and dates. You published The Anatomy of an Enigma, and then you also published another book, In Your Blood. I wanted to ask you about the differences between the way you portray the artists in these two books.
Okay. Well, the first one, of course, is, I mean, I think, I hope everything I write is based on fact. I mean, it's, well, it would be a big discussion to say what fact is and what fiction is, because I personally think that every time one interprets something, a certain fictional element enters. And you know, your own personality enters. You can't, no such thing as absolute fact. It's your understanding of certain things. But the first one set out deliberately to try and write what you might call a standard biography, an authentic life story, not going more than was useful into my personal contact with Bacon. And I met Bacon when I was a very young man, or youngish anyhow, 21. And so, you know, I'd been very, very, you could say, smitten by him. It was a very powerful impact. But I tried to separate that when I was writing the biography. I mean, I was commissioned to write the biography after his death. It would have been impossible before. And I had, and this is easily forgotten, I had very, very little to go on beyond my own contact with him, because he, throughout his life, had been extremely sparing, let's say, with biographical detail. He, I mean, usually what he said in catalogues was, you know, was a couple of words: lives and works in London. And there was nothing. There was, even when I came to write that book, which is, my goodness, I think it must be getting on for 30 years ago, there was almost nothing known about Bacon. There were stories, yes, but so I had to draw heavily on what I had seen. But I tried to do that in as factual a way as possible. It was not meant to be a personal book. That was the second book. It was the book that I didn't write then, about Bacon in Your Blood. But this one tried to sort of unearth whatever was possible by talking to other people, by doing research. I actually had a research assistant who was very useful, and who went into archives and so on, because basically people only knew Bacon's life in as much as he told them about it. There was no other source. Very often that's the case. But he had, let's say, been extremely economical in details about his life. And then he'd overlaid that with his own interpretation, talking about fact. And the facts that we had were nevertheless in his memory, in his interpretation, as it were, of himself and his own life. So he did talk about his parents, he did talk about his family life to an extent, but he was the sole source for that. And so, you know, now it's as though we know a huge amount about him. But at that point, 30 years ago, just after his death, it wasn't even sure what year he was born. It certainly wasn't sure what his father's full name was. So all that has been established, but at the time, it was a nerve-wracking experience because I was sort of going from one great well of void, from one void to another, and doing what I could to fill those voids. So it was very much a pioneering work, if you like, a pioneering biography, because he had made it his business not to disclose anything he did not want to be known. And we started with that. There was another book that was very useful, which was Dan Farson's, who'd been a close friend of his, like me, but in a different way. Dan Farson was gay, was a drinking companion, was more his age, and knew, let's say, Bacon's circle better than I did. And so that was a very useful book. But otherwise, there were just a few documents, you know. I managed to find a few people he'd been at school with, but they, you know, they barely remembered him, etc., etc. So the difference is, years later, when I did the other book, to answer your question after a long preamble, I'm sorry. But there's a lot to say once one gets going. The second book was a personal reminiscence, a memoir, because these were things that obviously I didn't put into a kind of official biography because they were personal and that wasn't the subject. But this time I felt I really wanted to tell that story because it was the story that that I found most interesting because I felt, you know, I was the expert because it was about me and him. So a very personal story with a lot of quotations. And fortunately, I've got a very good memory, an oral memory. And also because Bacon repeated himself, particularly as he got drunk, frequently. So by the time I finished at sort of 4 or 5 a.m. in Soho, I had these stories going round and round my head. And when I got home, I noted them down. So that was sort of a kind of witness account, if you like.
E quais eram as diferenças,
Great.
digamos,
And what were the main differences between your friend, you know, your partner, someone who would live a life socially with you, and Bacon that was seen on a public level that would follow the protocols of the world of art? Because Bacon is a character that attracts people's curiosity. There's sort of a myth around him, a mythology around the artist by art historians, by art critics, maybe because of his works, maybe because he couldn't really fit any art movement, or maybe because of the histories we read from his personal life, such as tragic histories. How do you see that? I mean, the fact that he's seen as a myth, did you see that happening, like those myths being built as you lived your life with him as a friend? And what should we deconstruct What myths should be debunked in that regard?
It's a big question. I think it depends very much on what you're looking for. I think the myth is inherent to Bacon. Bacon was a kind of myth. I don't say this lightly because I've known a lot of people in my life, and there is nobody, not other artists. I'm just at the moment writing about Balthus, and God knows Balthus wove a myth, I think, around him and his work. Bacon too, but I would say he was a myth. There was something, I know this sounds almost mystical, and that's not what I want to convey, but he had a real mythical quality that sent shivers down your spine. I'm sure that's good in Portuguese, shivers down your spine. And there are many instances of, so I knew him for a period of just under, it might have been 29 years, just under 30 years. And I saw him in many, many different circumstances. And so obviously I was very young when I met him, but I was middle-aged when he died. And I would have, I think, come through my first impressions, my youthful impressions, by that time. But he still appeared mythic to me in the sense that he was extremely out of the ordinary. He had a kind of magic, which is already very rare, but it wasn't so much the film star magic or the star magic, if you like, though he had that in abundance. It was something very, very strange. I realize this is probably not what people want to hear, that, oh, you know, he built a myth around himself, like many people do. Perhaps to some extent we all do. And some people are better at it than others and more successful at it. But I think there's, you know, you've only got to listen to children playing to know that right from the start, we build mythical lives that we think, I don't know, are more exciting or more interesting, or that translate a part of us that otherwise gets lost. And I don't know, you know, I really can't put my finger beyond that on what this mythical was. Yes, all right. Bacon reinterpreted, let's say, his biographical facts to a degree, but then I would ask, who doesn't? Possibly, you know, it reminds me of the story of Oscar Wilde, who asked somebody what they'd done that afternoon, and I think the person said something like, well, I opened a few letters and tried to answer them. And Oscar Wilde said, oh, that's very interesting. I went out and found 3 mermaids sitting outside my door, singing to each other, etc., etc. And so he carried on. Because I think that he was a person who probably lived in myth. I think it's an intensity of imagination and a very strange power. I haven't come across it, as I said, anywhere else. But that is why I have to say that I and many other people were drawn to him like a flame. You know, if you meet somebody who is totally, some people don't see it, or they're not interested, or they're afraid. It has a certain terrifying quality to it. and you know, people can't stay the pace because there was a real pace. But I was sufficiently, sounds very self-serving this, but I'm trying to be truthful. I was so caught up with this that my own personality was engaged with Bacon's. He represented an extraordinary force for me that I needed. And he acted as a sounding board. I mean, I talked to him about everything. I talked to him about my work. I talked to him about my family situation, my own upbringing. I talked to him about my personal problems. And I have to say, there was nobody better to talk to in that way, because however, you know, you interpret this mythical quality, he was also a source of very sound advice. I mean, he'd sort of looked deep into humanity. I think he was obliged to. It was the only way that he could live, and he'd learnt a huge amount. He was a very old spirit, going back, way back, you know, classical Greece, Egypt, a very old soul, and a very extravagant one at the same time. And that made him hugely fascinating. So I didn't really care if he was weaving a myth. I couldn't have told really what was myth and what wasn't, because it came as a whole. And, you know, somebody who is a poet, who is a painter, who creates images, that in itself is myth-making. So you can say, you know, like people who didn't know him now make a virtue of it, you know. Oh, we never met him, so we can be much more accurate about the facts. They don't know what they're talking about. Not having met him, is not an advantage for writing about him, because they don't get to the magic, which is the absolute essence of Bacon. Why otherwise do his images have still such an impact? You know, we're talking about things that were done 50 years ago. That's a pretty good, and some more than that, of course. What would it be? 1950. So, well, let's work it out. 70 odd years, 75 years, a normal lifespan. So if they still have this extraordinary eloquence, this kind of hold on people, it's because of the magic. The magic is what is important. It's not knowing that, I don't know, that his father was an officer in the army, or that he had asthma, or which are all sort of facts, if you like. But where does that get you? He was asthmatic, he was sensitive, he was a sickly boy. Yes, all of that. But it doesn't begin to touch on this very, very rare thing. After all, he is a genius. And how do you explain genius? Not by knowing, you know, what he liked for breakfast. So, I mean, I could go on, but you probably want to ask another question.
Como você falou, o próprio artista, ele foi bastante...
As you mentioned, he himself was very careful in the way that his work was the object of interpretation, and he was always very discreet about his personal life. But today we're dealing with the queer aspects of Bacon's work, but not necessarily did he express these identitary changes. I mean, his sexuality was not really a secret, but he was a discreet man because he knew there was a price to be paid if he would have this visibility. I mean, there was a price to pay on professional terms. And so how do you see this? And in relation to, yes, go ahead.
What do you mean a price to pay in professional terms?
Que talvez o sistema de arte, o mercado de arte.
Well, maybe the arts market or the arts system would not be able to accept that.
Well,
or would.
It did, and he wasn't exactly discreet about his homosexuality. I mean, you only had to be with him for 5 minutes to find out. So I see what you're saying, but I don't think it's a fact. I think, I think people who are interested in art don't say, you know, I mean, they look at Michelangelo, they look at Caravaggio, if what we're told is true, both homosexual. You know, they're both of them giants of art history. I don't think it really, you know, there was a price to pay there. I think there was a price to pay in other areas, certainly. And I think he paid that price very dearly. You know, I mean, I think, if you like, his private life, so-called, was a huge drama and a you know, full of tension and suffering. But I don't think that affected the professional side of his life. It might even have made it more alluring, because he was somebody who lived, as it were, outside convention. And I imagine that didn't have a negative effect on images that were already so alarming and unconventional that it almost perhaps made sense that he lived, you know, dangerously on the edge. And he did, and not only sexually, but in many other ways. You know, he lived on the edge. So, you know, I think his homosexuality, let's just call it his sexuality, is hugely important in his work. I mean, I think it's at the very core of the work, the very core of him. He was homosexual through and through, and his great love was of male beauty. I don't think that deterred collectors or museum directors. I mean, I don't think they were that blind. I think they were, you know, perfectly woke people, as it were, and gave him, bought his work, gave him exhibitions, because they found the work very intriguing and very powerful.
And if we think about, you know, not only his life, but his work, his paintings make reference to, I mean, more complex references to visual culture, but also mixed with personal episodes. And some of the figures are some of his lovers, some of his friends, that sometimes we can see in his, you know, in the portraits, in the figures that he named, but also in the figures that he did not name. I mean, even if we know that he did not work with living models in his studio, he used a lot of photography also, but also he used images that lasted. So even the figure of George Dyer.
He used images that lasted?
Que perduravam.
Okay.
Yes, yeah. Images that endured, that lasted long. When you think about figures such as his lovers, Lacey and George Dyer's, they continued to be present in his works even after they had passed away. So these were figures that endured, that continued.
Yes.
And now, to what extent, Michael, do you believe that we should read his works in this autobiographic key? What are the dangers and the possibilities of reading his work like this?
Well, of course, he did everything to put people off that scent, off that track. He even said, preposterous things like, I don't even know what my images mean. How can you interpret them when I don't even know what they mean? And that was a kind of smokescreen, obviously. Obviously, his painting, like Picasso's, pretty much any figurative artist, at least, though I would say abstract artist too, is nevertheless deeply autobiographical. I can't see that it would have much personal interest if it weren't. I think all artists are talking about themselves and the way they see things and what's happened to them and how they interpret that. And Bacon is as you say, his work is deeply autobiographical. It wasn't perhaps so evident in the first half of his work because he had these rather grand themes like the Pope, the crucifixion, the men in blue. I'm trying to think of what the others were, or variations on Van Gogh and so on. But when around late 1950s, 1960, he suddenly discovered he could do paintings of his own friends, his own close circle of friends and lovers. That gave him the subject matter he wanted, that he could use, that meant a lot to him, his closest friends. And of course, before that, he, even though it was whatever it was, a sleeping figure or something, they did indeed tend to be his lovers, because those were the most intense sensations of his life. And obviously, that's what he wanted to use as the image for his images, as his source material. And he wanted to record a certain kind of love, a certain kind of passion. Yes, they're intensely autobiographical. There's probably not one picture that isn't, almost. Even a landscape. There's a landscape. I think it's called Landscape near Malabata, which is just outside Tangier. And that's intent. It looks like a landscape. It's a very strange and wonderful picture. But it's actually where apparently Peter Lacey was buried. So, what could be more intensely personal and autobiographical than that, even though you don't see a visible signs of that. This landscape was obviously sort of electric with memory. So I think, you know, people can do whatever they want, can't they? There's no rule. Should you look at it in a biographical fashion? Well, I certainly have. I think it's a very obvious way of looking at the painting. I don't know. You can look at it, of course, purely informal. You know, in formal terms. Look at the technique. Look at the composition. The wonderful materiality, the pigment, his use of paint, which is amazing. There's all that. I think you can do what you want. Really, probably, what you really want is to go further into it and find out, perhaps, you know, he left a great body of enigmas behind, Bacon. And even now that we know, you know, what he was doing more precisely in 1929 or 1979, doesn't necessarily take us further into deciphering those enigmas. I think a sign of his greatness, as I think it is in other great artists, is that it's inexhaustible. I don't think we're going to pierce that mystery. It has happened with other painters and they've been forgotten. Just think. You go back to, you know, to pictures, even Victorian pictures, you know, Pompier painting, where there were all these hidden stories. And there, once you found the story, the picture dies, the image is finished, because it doesn't hold the attention anymore. Having been interpreted, it disappears, it vanishes. And I think if Bacon persists, perdura, was that the word? What was it in Portuguese? Perdura.
Perdura.
I think if he perdures, it's also an English word. If he perdures, it's because that element of mystery is probably never going to go away. I mean, I hope it doesn't, because after all, what are people going to be interested in if there's no mystery left? And you might say that great artists are great, you know, they're great artificers, but they're also great mystery makers. You know, I mean, there are a lot of pictures now where you look, and the reason you go on looking is that you're not quite sure what's going on. You know, Titian's late great paintings, they're unexplained. You know, those extraordinary things where, you know, he painted with his fingers. They're immensely powerful, because we can't really just reduce them to their, you know, to their components. And I think, you know, one might try. I'm not sure that that's even the business of people writing about art, you know, to reduce things to their components. I'm not saying they should try and deepen the mystery either. They should certainly confront the enigmas and see if they can explain them, if they want to. But I suspect that Bacon always remains a step or two ahead.
Você foi curador, né, de algumas.
You were a curator. You curated some exhibits on the work of Bacon. The most recent one was in the Royal Academy of Arts, London, last year. The title was Man and Beast. How was it? How did you come up with this project? How did you put together this exhibit? And you had to develop some texts on it too. You had to portray his works per se. How was the process for you?
Well, very exciting. It was an idea I had. I'd sort of, I don't know, it's one of those things, you know, it was in the back of my mind. It had been sort of, you know, kind of there for years, because I hadn't formulated it at all, but I'd sort of wondered, you know, you have these things before you actually get an idea. You know, I'd noticed, as I suppose, without really sort of semi-consciously, that there were a great many animals in the paintings, and I also knew from going around with Bacon, if there was one thing he couldn't stand, was an animal in the room. We used to leave restaurants if somebody came in with a dog, or, you know, there was cat fur or something in a house, because it triggered off a very bad asthma attack. And, you know, he suffered enormously from chronic asthma. So why was he so interested in animals? What did they mean in his paintings? After all, when you think of Bacon, you think of basically a tortured individual in a closed space. That seems to be the, you know, the kind of basic image that he created. Possibly too, when they were in love, but otherwise it tended to be, you know, the existential loner. So why the animals that he avoided, and that he you know, he wouldn't want to go into a house where they were. I mean, he wouldn't want to go to the country on the whole, because that gave him asthma too. So I just thought it was intriguing, and then I actually looked through the work and found there were many more animals than I'd even imagined. They popped up all over the place. And so thinking back and thinking about his sense of instinct, his reliance in his life on instinct, his interest in instinctual reactions in his friends, or in anybody, somebody bursting out in tears or suddenly having a fit of anger, always fascinated him. His eyes sort of, you know, followed every single movement. Because he felt that when people, as it were, listen to their instincts, they're more themselves than they are at any other time. And I think his interest in animals was that animals live through their instincts. They don't hide them, they don't varnish them as we do. You know, we tend to hide our feelings. We tend to put on a facade when it suits us, you know, when we're actually, you know, mad with rage, but we realize that keeping a cool exterior is the thing to do, whereas the animal would just attack. And he loved watching animals because he felt, you know, obviously we're all close, we're all animals, and that the animals of the field, as it were much closer to a reality that interested him. That's how he wanted to see humans. What were they really like? And he would often push people, you know, to a point. And I think this characterized his love life to a point where the facade would crumble and the real instinctual feelings would come out. And so he used to go to zoos. He looked at a huge number of animal photographs. And so I was asked, my wife Jill Lloyd and I were at a dinner at the Academy, and she was chatting to the exhibitions director there, and she mentioned this idea that I'd had, and he was very interested and asked me if I'd sort of present it as a concept. And so the Academy went for it. I was very pleased because they have wonderful rooms there, and I knew that Bacon would have been very pleased to exhibit in those rooms. So that was an added incentive, as it were. And then, well, we had difficulty, as I think anybody doing a Bacon exhibition finds. We had difficulty, obviously, in securing the work. It gets more and more difficult because people are less and less willing to lend. These things have a vertiginous value now. And so it was difficult, but we were actually focusing on a lot of less, let's say, less requested work, so that worked in our favor. And I have to say that, you know, even if the whole thing, I think we were very lucky because the exhibition was put off for a year because of COVID. We then had to sort of re-secure the paintings, and that was the excellent curators at the RA who did an extremely able job. And then we found that you know, you didn't need huge amounts of Bacon to hold a room, to hold a whole wall. And so you know, it was a difficult thing, but a very eventually a very satisfying thing. And of course, people who hadn't seen an exhibition in a couple of years, to be hit by an original vision of Bacon, as it were, a new way of looking at Bacon, a new concept, it excited a lot of attention. So you know, that was completely unforeseen. You know, you can't foresee these things, but I think it made this point that his interest in animals and his interest in humans was very close, and the kind of interplay between them was fascinating.
Você chegou a incluir na exposição trabalhos que você...
Did you include works that you could see him, I mean, did you revisit works that you saw him paint, maybe?
Not particularly, no, because a lot of the works were from the 1950s. I did see him, well, nobody saw him actually paint unless it was a lover or two who sort of hadn't got out of bed or something. I did see him while he was, you know, in intervals, while he was working on pictures. But I have to say, some of the pictures we eventually found, I simply didn't know. You know, they hadn't come up before, and in themselves they weren't necessarily the greatest Bacon paintings. You know, they were. You know, Bacon is like any artist, did not do only the great paintings. There were, you know, there were dips. But the theme somehow seemed to work. You don't know it, of course, until you've actually got the paintings and got them up in the room. And once again, the curators at the RA did a fantastic job the hang, with the whole presentation, with the color of the walls and the intervals and the thematic sort of layout of the show in the space that in their space. So that was part of the drama of the whole event. Well, it was marvelous. I regret it. I'm sorry it's not touring, but that didn't happen. It was difficult to get the works just for one place. So I'm very glad it happened. I wish you every success with your show.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much.
Obrigado.
Well, Michael, we're now moving towards the end of our conversation.
Yes.
Just wanted to say, do you have any final remarks, any final comment, any anecdote you wanted to tell us?
Well, something that probably still not sort of that acknowledged, which is along with the Sturm und Drang, along with the terribilità of Bacon, there was huge human warmth and kindness. And although he could be what I think is, I'm just trying to find a less impolite expression, but if I may, although he could be a perfect bitch at times, he was also an enormously sympathetic and generous person. And I think somehow that also comes, saying everything is autobiographical, he painted his portrait all the way through. And that kindness, as well as the, a certain meanness, but that kindness and that fellow feeling, that sympathetic nature, I think shine through these pictures which still arouse, horror and fear. But I think the horror and fear come more from the fact that they deal with the biggest themes of life and death, sex, instinct. And so that is another reason why he remains so alive today, that he transmitted these deep wells of feeling, you might say, of good and evil, of which life itself is made up.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind contribution. Thank you for accepting our invite and joining us in this seminar. We now wrap up our program. I would like to thank once again all our attendees who have been here from the very beginning of the day. Thank you to all our speakers who have posed deep contributions to our debate. Thank you to the teams, the supporting teams, the broadcast team, the production team, translation team, the team of interpreters. Thank you very much. This seminar will be recorded and will be made available on our YouTube channel, and people will be able to watch it later on. This is the very beginning of a big project. The exhibit will later count on a catalog, and we'll keep you posted. So once again, thank you all very much, and have a good evening.
Tchau, tchau.